Hello, I'm Mayor Drew Combs, and welcome to this September 9th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council staff, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the clerk at this time. Tonight, we have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Gabriela Ayom, and Angelica Villavagran de Gonzalez, Rebecca Knight, and Angela Thielen. Thank you all for your time and services today.
Buenas noches, tenemos interpretación en persona disponible hoy. Por favor, visiten la mesa de aquí atrás para obtener sus audífonos. Para aquellos que están asistiendo virtualmente, también tenemos interpretación virtual. Hay un icono de un globo terráqueo en la parte derecha de su pantalla. Los intérpretes que tendremos hoy son Gabriela Sayas Alon, Angélica Villagrande González, Rebecca Knight y Angela Thielen. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y sus servicios hoy.
Thank you. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In the City Council chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, and City Council members Jeff Schmidt and Jennifer Wise. City Council member Cecilia Taylor will be participating remotely under provisions of the Brown Act. In accordance with Government Code 54953B.2A and the City Council Procedures Manual, when one or more City Council member participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken in alphabetical order using legal first name with the mayor voting last. Staff present include City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. Next is closed session. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment on the closed session items.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our closed session item C1, conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, or item C2, conference with labor negotiators. If you are in person, you can complete a speaker card, return that to me. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. And this is the final call for public comment on our closed session items, C1 and C2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right. Thank you, Clerk Herron. The City Council will now adjourn to closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 6:30. Hello, I am Mayor Drew Combs, and I'm recalling the September 9th meeting to order. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. As a reminder, there is in-person interpretation services available. Headsets are at the table in the back. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. City Clerk Karen, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So again, welcoming everyone back to our September 9th special and regular City Council meeting. For members of the public who are in person and would like to speak on an item on tonight's agenda, if you could complete a speaker card at that back table, return it here to me at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, after the mayor calls for comment on the item you wish to speak, we ask that you engage that hand feature. And then if you're calling in, you'll press *9 at that time. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nira Doherty to report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thanks. We'll move on to agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members. Does the city council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'd like to make some comments on I-2.
Okay. All right, does the city council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? All right, we'll move on to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for comment, general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment for an item that is not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, please return a speaker card to me. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. And if you're calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for our public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, it looks like we have 4 speakers. So we will start with Robert Peck, followed by Sue Caton.
Hello, my name is Robert Peck. I apologize if I'm speaking on anything that is on the agenda tonight. I didn't have a chance to look over it. The main thing, well, first off, I'm one of the solo aquatics coaches. I've been coaching for 15 years. So I've been here for everything with Tim Sheeper. I'm going to try to not talk on that because we've talked about that extensively. I still have issues with the things we discussed in the last meeting, but that's a separate comment. The main issue today is just about the lap pool. As one of the coaches, I'm actually in the water and I teach down to 4-year-olds. And the lap pool is just extremely cold. We've tried to talk to the operator about increasing the temperature and been met with resistance. My head coach was actually followed into the locker room at one point, just in response to trying to get the lap pool to be, the temperature to be increased. My little 4-year-olds are consistently complaining about being too cold, and we have never been given access to the warm pool as an option, even though we've asked repeatedly, never been an option. We need some way to have a temperature in that lap pool that is accessible to all residents, all members, all ages, not just master swimmers who understandably want it a little bit colder. And then just one separate thing, with all of the conversations and issues around the City of Menlo Park and Tim Sheeper running the facility, you need to know how much money he is bringing in. You need to know his financial records, especially when he is asking you for additional money. When he is complaining he's not making enough money, you need to have those actual records, the actual numbers of how much money he's bringing in. If you don't have that, you can't make any actual recommendation, any actual movement forward that is based in reality. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, the pool contract is an agenda item. And so if there are any other comments on that item, I would ask that you wait until that item comes up.
All right, our next speaker will be Sue Caton, followed by Co Siua Via.
Pardon the bunting, it's decked out in advance for a parade. I wasn't expecting to have to be here. The speed bumps that were put on Middle Avenue, they're great for slowing down cars. They're in the bike lanes. I will repeat that. They put speed bumps in the bike lanes. They knock people off their bicycles. If you're on a bicycle like this and you hit a speed bump, you go flying over the handlebars and you end up in Stanford emergency room. If you're riding a skateboard with little tiny wheels or a motorized scooter with little tiny wheels, same thing. You hit a speed bump, you're over the handlebars. Please take the speed bumps out of the bike lanes. I know why they put them there. They're thinking, well, if they're in the car lanes but not the bike lanes, the cars will zoom around into the bike lane. Put up some pylons, those little vertical plastic things to separate the bike lanes from the car lanes to keep the cars out of the bike lane. Please don't send anybody to the emergency room. Little kids are wobbling on their bikes and they hit the speed bump, they're going to fall over and get hurt. Please, thank you.
Next speaker is Co Siua Via, followed by Bill Kirsch.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, City Council members, city staff, and folks in attendance. My name is Yosiwa Situvea, and I'm honored to stand here to represent Job Train tonight. I live in East Palo Alto, but I work in Menlo Park for Job Train. On behalf of Job Train, our clients and our board of directors and our communities that we serve, I wanted to extend an invitation to the City of Menlo Park for our open house next Thursday, which is a special one. We only turned 61s, and so this year Job Train celebrates 60 years of helping to transform our communities. We were founded in 1965, right here in Menlo Park on O'Brien Drive, which is where we presently are. We just wanted to extend that invitation so you can join us in the celebration of our legacy and being in the communities. And on behalf of myself, I am also a product of the Job Train programs. I am what we call at Job Train, a member of the staff who is also a graduate. We are called homegrown tomatoes. So also on behalf of the other homegrown tomatoes of the organization, we invite you to join us. It's a celebration of so many things. Our legacy, our great work, our ability to stand arm in arm with those of us who have helped to affect and impact our mission into the communities, including many of those individuals who are on that wall, who have been behind the counter and sitting in the chairs and helping organizations like Job Train. So we hope to see you there next Thursday. It's from 1 to 4. Please reach out for more information. Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Bill Kirsch.
City Council, Mayor Combs, and City Council members, thank you so much for your work and dedication to the city. I appreciate it. I wanted to compliment the city on the recent speed calming treatments on Middle, the speed tables, et cetera, speed humps that make it safer for pedestrian crossings. One comment I have, I agree with Sue Caton's comment about not putting speed humps in the bike lanes. They don't belong there. And her suggestion of bollards or something to keep cars from migrating over would be a good one. I'd like the city in the future to consider at busy intersections like University and Middle to bulb out the crossing corners so that you can reduce the crossing width for pedestrians. That's a very busy pedestrian crossing area. And also I'd like Public Works to follow through now. They've promised to help Allied Arts and bring some calming to our neighborhood streets, specifically My Street Partridge, College, and others. There's an article in the Bloomberg City Labs last month talked about the use of speed humps as sort of quick build options. Cities are, instead of going after a grand plan, they're rolling out these speed humps, either permanent or temporary, to quickly get some relief to neighborhoods. I'd love to see our city do this. The article mentions Cambridge, Massachusetts, Arlington, Virginia, St. Petersburg, Portland, and we know locally here, Atherton, our neighbor, is utilizing speed humps. San Anselmo, I was up there a couple weekends ago. They have speed humps in their neighborhoods. We should do this. Let's do it now. Let's not have another generation of kids be at risk because the city is working on a big grand plan. Let's get rolling out with some speed humps and build. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kirsch, for the public comment, and thank you to all those who provided public comment. We have 4 proclamations and presentations this evening. The first item is Constitution Week proclamation. Clerk Heron, can you call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on our first proclamation, Constitution Week, if you are in person, you can complete a speaker card, return that to me here at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This is the final call for public comment on our proclamation for Constitution Week. And I am seeing no hands, confirming no cards for this item. All right, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Right, thank you, Clerk Heron. September 17th, 2025 marks the 238th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, a document which stands as a testament to the tenacity of Americans throughout history to maintain their liberties, freedoms, and inalienable rights. Observed annually in September, Constitution Week is a time for citizens to reaffirm the ideas of the framers of the Constitution and reflect on its lasting impact on our government, our rights, and our responsibilities as citizens. We would like to invite Daughters of the American Revolution representatives Lucy Bowen and Claire Andrews to accept the proclamation and provide some comments. Come to the mic. To the mic. To the mic. To the mic.
I'm sure, especially those of you who are lawyers, and I know there are many, must recognize that this, more than perhaps any time in our history, is a time to honor the Constitution, the way that the government is set up into 3 branches that protect, crossover, share responsibilities, but especially the Bill of Rights and what are called the Reconstruction Amendments. Now more than ever, we need all to defend these beliefs, these truths, this structure that was set up 200 years ago. And you, whether you are a citizen or not, as a non-citizen, you have certain rights that protect you, whether you're a citizen or not. If you're a citizen, I think you have an obligation to speak up, to film, to do everything you can to make sure that our Constitution is followed. Thank you very much, and thank you for letting me say that. On behalf of the El Palo Alto chapter of the DAR, thank you all.
All right, next item, H2 National Night Out Proclamation. City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our proclamation on National Night Out, H2, if you are in person, you can return a speaker card. Virtual, please engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our proclamation recognizing National Night Out. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. National Night Out is a nationwide event designed to raise crime prevention awareness, strengthen neighborhood spirit and unity, and develop partnerships between the city and the community. Founded in 1984 and celebrated on the first Tuesday in August, National Night Out has grown to include block parties, festivals, parades, cookouts, and various other community events. This year, 8 Menlo Park residents hosted block parties. Matt Burr, Sandy Bardas, Federico De Gulli, Matthew Raskoff, Juanita Croft, Andrew Ambrust, Brian Kissel, and Doreen Martinez. Thank you to all volunteers, hosts, and the police department staff for creating opportunities for community members to come together and promote neighborhood safety awareness. We would like to invite Police Chief David Norris, Internal Services Manager Nicole Acker, Management Analyst Maya Lombero, Block Party Organizers Matt Burr, Juanita Croft, Brian Kissel, and Doreen Martinez to accept the proclamation.
Just a couple of words of gratitude. Thank you to the City Council, Mayor Combs especially, for recognizing our community members who step forward and wish to partner with the local police department to make connections with the officers who are serving them every day. We have a great appreciation for our neighbors and our partners throughout the entire community, but this National Night Out is very special to us. I tell my officers and all of our community members, this is my favorite night of the year, National Night Out, because it's the one night where we create plans for everything, right? We do operational plans. That's what the cops do, right? We put together an operational plan for everything that we do. But on this night, our operational plan is only to make positive connections with our community and be proactive and just go meet people. And that is the greatest part of this job. It's what community policing is all about. We're just very appreciative to have you all standing up here and to our council for recognizing this. Thank you.
The next two items are H3, Suicide Prevention Month, and H4, National Recovery Month proclamations. City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on these items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on item H3, National Recovery Month, or H4, Suicide Prevention Month proclamations, if you are in person, you can bring me a speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature and call it in. Press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our proclamations H3 and H4. Seeing none, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. Menlo Park is proud to join county, state, and country in honoring Suicide Prevention Month in September, which includes National Suicide Prevention Week from September 7th to 13th and World Suicide Prevention Day on September 10th to spread the message that suicide can be prevented. This September, residents can play a role in suicide prevention by engaging with the 2024-2026 theme, Changing the Narrative on Suicide, which aims to move from a culture of silence and stigma to one of openness, empathy, and support by encouraging open and honest conversations about mental health that break down barriers and increase understanding. 24/7 resources are available, including the San Mateo County Crisis Hotline, 650-579-0350, and National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 988 or 1-800-273-TALK. National Recovery Month, recognized annually in September, spreads the positive message that behavioral health is essential to overall health. Menlo Park, alongside San Mateo County, continues to support Recovery Month's mission to improve the lives of those dealing with substance abuse and concurring disorders, to celebrate individuals in recovery, and to acknowledge those working to provide integrated recovery services. The official theme of National Recovery Month 2025 is Recovery is Real, Restoring Every Aspect of Life, highlighting the importance of rebuilding all parts of an individual's life through recovery and emphasizing the possibility of full recovery for everyone with the right treatment, support, and resources. Here to accept the proclamations and say a few words is Jeannie Michelle. She was supposed to be joined tonight also with John Butler, but he is under the weather, and so we're all sending him the best.
Dear Mayor, this is my format, I know. Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and honorable staff, and the chief. I'm Jenny Michelle, a native in District 3, a disabled bus rider, and a recovering homeless teacher. Thank you so much for this proclamation. Tonight, my comments are as a representative of PATH, People Alongside Together Helping, a suicide prevention coalition that was formed after we lost the first Dylan a year ago. We are hosting an event on the 24th at the Moulton Center in East Palo Alto at 6 p.m. Flyers are in the back table. I hope to see you there. As you know, I've struggled personally with suicidal ideation for many decades. The temptation to disappear, to end the pain, to remove myself as a burden, or to succumb to the abyss is something that I know intimately. Right now, there is a big push to force residents deeper into darkness, into isolation, into fear and silence. I'm here to remind us that what is happening on a national level is extremely dangerous for long-term human health. The remedy is the local safety net, you and me working together with one another. It's okay to not be okay today. It's okay to ask for help, and help is there. The 988 folks know me well, and I guarantee whatever you're facing, they can make it better. Just give them a call. I love you. I'm Jenny. Thank you.
All right, our next item is H5 Annual Environmental Quality Commission Report. Out here to make their presentation is EQC Chair John McKenna.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, council members Schmidt and Wise, city staff, and the community. It was 5 years ago today when the Bay Area experienced the Orange Sky Day that was caused by smoke from multiple large wildfires. That day in some ways serves as a backdrop to the work of the Environmental Quality Commission. That day and the increasing number of other extreme weather events motivates us to do our work and advance progress on climate action. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm honored to serve as chair of the Environmental Quality Commission. Thank you to Council for the trust enlisted in me by appointing me to the commission in 2022. Our staff that we work with is incredible. Rachel Launder, Ori Paz, Liz Tapia, we are very lucky to have them, and they are a true pleasure to work with. I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge some of the past EQC commissioners. I want to thank Councilmember Schmidt for his previous work and leadership on EQC, Tom Cabot, Josie Gaylor, James Payne, who worked with former Sustainability Manager Rebecca Lucky to create the city's climate action plan in 2020. Angela Evans, Leah Elkins, Janelle London, Mitch Slomiak, and others. Our work as a commission is inspired by them and guided by their leadership in the past. These former commissioners directly contributed in significant ways to the progress that the city has made to date, and most, if not all of them, are still doing incredible sustainability work and climate work in other arenas that we are all continuing to benefit from indirectly. Just a couple examples. Angela Evans and Menlo Park have led projects to fully electrify 2 affordable apartment buildings, one in Menlo Park and most recently in Berkeley, without the need to upgrade their electric panel. These apartment units now have clean electric heat pumps for space and water heating and induction stoves for cooking. The Berkeley 5-unit apartment building utilized an existing 200 amp panel, so that's just 40 amps per unit, fully electrified. Josie Gaylord is developing an app that will make it easier for contractors to help homeowners electrify their homes and in the process avoid panel upgrades. Josie and Tom Cabot are teaching classes on home electrification for contractors and homeowners through PG&E's training center. Janelle London is working on reducing emissions of supercommuters. These are just a few examples of the great work that former EQC commissioners are continuing to do. Okay. All right. So this is just a quick overview of the agenda. So the Environmental Quality Commission has 7 commissioners. We have 2 newly appointed commissioners, Nicole Angel and Eduardo Lopez Hernandez. Susanna Hill was reappointed earlier this year. We have Nancy LaRocca Headley, Brian Kissel, Vice Chair Zachary Meyer, and myself. My fellow commissioners are bright, passionate, committed, diverse across the city and age groups, and action-oriented. I'm honored to work with them and represent them this evening. Oops. Okay. So the EQC is charged primarily with advising the City Council on matters involving climate change, environmental protection, and sustainability. We have 4 main priorities: climate action plan, climate resilience and adaptation, urban canopy, and other green and sustainability initiatives. As an advisory body to City Council, we are truly committed to providing thoughtful and well-researched suggestions and recommendations to Council and staff. while the Climate Action Plan is our driving force, we also place great importance on the Commission's other priorities as well. So we'll take a look back at the past year's activity. The last report to Council was in June of 24, so this report covers a little more than a year. So this past year, the Climate Action Plan has 6 strategies around reducing emissions related to buildings and transportation, as well as adaptation. This past year, we did work on building electrification, reducing vehicle miles traveled, and municipal operations. The EQC made recommendations on building codes, which Council adopted. These local amendments to the state code will help the city get closer to reaching the building electrification goals in the Climate Action Plan. In addition to adopting these building codes, I want to note that education and outreach are really important, informing the community of co-benefits of electrification and energy efficiency, as well as making connections to the resources available to help with the transition off of fossil fuels. We also had a presentation on building performance standards. Building performance standards are our method to reduce emissions or energy use in larger buildings, typically 25 to 50,000 square foot commercial or multifamily buildings. Basically, you establish a baseline energy use for the building or emissions for the building, and then you give the building owner an extended period of time to reduce those emissions or energy use. Periodically, every 5 years, there's a check-in, and it gives the owner the ability to determine the path that works best for them in order to meet those targets. We plan to, as a commission, work on this further this coming year. We also had a presentation from SPUR, Sam Fishman and Sarah Atkinson. SPUR is a nonprofit public policy organization. The EQC learned about their building decarbonization work. They've published many papers on transitioning to zero pollution equipment, solving the panel puzzle, which is really important because it talks about how to avoid panel upgrades. It's been shown that most homes can fully electrify on their existing panel as long as it's 100 amps. And most homes have that. Some have less, but most have 100 and some have more. They have papers on permit streamlining strategies, as well as closing the affordability gap. We had a subcommittee on distributed energy resources. Their presentation focused on communicating the resiliency and affordability benefits of rooftop solar and batteries and other sort of behind the meter sources of energy. We also had a discussion around the city's home upgrade services program. This is driven by the $4.5 million the city received from the state. EQC made recommendations on how to utilize this state funding before it expires, which included extending availability to the program to qualifying renters, creating renter electrification kits, modifying some of the income restrictions from 80% AMI to 120% AMI, offering some services for solar and storage, as well as the electrification of the Belhaven Child Development Center. As a commission, we also worked on reducing vehicle miles traveled. We had a subcommittee that went deeper into this topic. We talked about creating safe bike lanes on El Camino to connect parallel efforts that are happening in neighboring Palo Alto and Atherton, continuing to support efforts to enhance regional transit, and making sound land use decisions that reduce our reliance on cars. Our commission is excited to continue this work with the Complete Streets Commission. And we also got multiple reports from staff on the progress that the city is making on its emissions reductions from its operations. The city continues to show the way forward for the community by right-sizing and electrifying its fleet, continuing to make meaningful progress on buildings with heat pump installations and rooftop solar, as well as the electrification of the Belhaven Child Development Center. Okay, another priority of ours is climate resilience and adaptation. The EQC is really committed to this work. We know that the Belhaven community is particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, including extreme heat, due to its smaller urban canopy, flooding, sea level rise, groundwater rise, rising electricity rates from wildfire mitigation, insurance issues, et cetera. And we did plan to form a subcommittee on this topic, but it's been postponed just to align with some other regional efforts. But we plan to take that up probably in the following year. Also just wanted to make the connection between resiliency and adaptation and home upgrades. The home upgrade program offers homeowners the ability to convert their gas-powered equipment to electric. And so when you convert a gas-powered furnace to a heat pump, you not only get clean, efficient heat, you also get cooling, and that cooling can be really important on those extreme heat days for resiliency. We also had a presentation from SPUR. Sarah Atkinson talked about the threat of groundwater rise in association with sea level rise. They've published Look Out Below, East Palo Alto, but also includes Bellhaven. Sarah talked about her work with the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan Working Group, which will provide guidance to jurisdictions. And some of the guidance includes understanding the threats to underground infrastructure from groundwater rise, and looking at the worsening impacts with groundwater rise from contaminated sites. They're working with climate resilient communities. They've created the Peninsula Accountability for Containment Team, which prioritizes the cleanup of contaminated sites. And she also recommends that city plans and projects assess risk of groundwater rise and coordinate with agencies on remediation requirements. We also spent quite a bit of work on the urban canopy. This past year, we worked on efforts to protect and expand the city's urban canopy. There was a subcommittee formed within the EQC that looked at ways to update the Heritage Tree Ordinance guidelines. There's a concern that trees are somewhat undervalued, and we wanted to look at ways that the ordinance could be administered in a way to truly and accurately value trees in our community. We did hear a lot of public comments on this topic, and one of many great ideas was to make sure that new property owners are aware of the Heritage Tree Ordinance, and as well as the inventory of heritage trees on their property. This could be done with some sort of a disclosure at the time of sale, and this can really help avoid situations where property owners make redevelopment plans without having all of the relevant knowledge of heritage trees. And then we also had discussions around the urban forest management plan. The city is doing some early tree planting in Bellhaven associated with this as well. There will be an RFP that's been drafted that will go out soon. And then we do other green and sustainability initiatives. We had a presentation from Sustainable San Mateo County. They talked about their sustainability dashboard. That could be helpful as the city develops its own dashboard. It's no secret that our world is drowning in plastic. As we transition away from burning fossil fuels for energy, the fossil fuel industry is increasing plastics production. They hope to triple it by 2050. It's been said at the current pace that by 2050, the weight of plastic in the ocean will equal that of fish. And so we formed a subcommittee around plastics to figure out ways that our community can address this global issue. We talked about artificial turf and single-use plastics. We made recommendations. Artificial turf is made from fossil fuels. It has a short lifespan. It's not recyclable. It ends up in landfills. It uses PFAS, which are forever chemicals, which we're still trying to understand the health effects of. There's microplastics that are formed as the fields degrade that get into our stormwater system. On a hot day, an artificial turf field can be 40 to 70 degrees higher than the air temperature. And so the EQC made a recommendation to ban the installation of artificial turf in the city. The City of Millbrae has done this, and they have a great template that the city could follow. The subcommittee also talked about single-use plastics and ways that the city could lead on the reduction of the use of single-use plastics, including eliminating the use of single-use plastics in city activities, banning the sale of plastic water bottles on city property, adding the climate action zero waste as a community need for the community grant program, and developing a plan to adopt the countywide foodware ordinance. This is a countywide ordinance that Menlo Park is one of a few cities that has not adopted. You recently got a CAP progress report. And while the city is making progress, especially as it relates to city operations, we are well off pace to meet the climate action plan goals of being net zero by 2030. So the EQC will be looking at ways to accelerate progress this coming year, possibly with enhanced community engagement. Some of the other activities, we had our Love Our Earth Festival, which is a city-sponsored event in collaboration with other partners. It was a well-attended, fun, and educational event, and it was apropos to host this year's event at the Net Zero Energy All-Electric Bellhaven Community Campus, which is a beaming example of sustainability and inclusivity. We continue to make progress on our zero-emission landscape equipment ordinance. Enforcement has begun on that after a grace period. And we finalized the commission's work plan for the coming year with a variety of subcommittees planned. There is a calendar published so the public can see what is on deck for the coming year. And I just wanted to thank Councilmember Schmidt for his efforts when he served as chair of the EQC. Thanks to his efforts, our youth have more opportunities to engage on sustainability work.
Chairman, if I can, where are we at? Because I wasn't provided this deck, and so I don't exactly.
I'm
know where
almost
we're at.
done.
I do want to be respectful of time because we have a long night ahead of us.
Yes, I can stop now or I can finish.
You can finish if the finish is near.
Okay. Well, let's see. Okay, so we had a robust public comment this past year, expressing support for building decarbonization, bike lanes on El Camino, protecting the urban canopy and enhancing it, taking action to reduce our reliance on and use of plastics, particularly single-use plastics and artificial turf. Looking forward to the coming year, EQC will continue its time-sensitive climate action plan focused work with subcommittees focused on community engagement, looking at greenhouse gas reduction impacts of our actions so as to better prioritize efforts and measure results, and taking a closer look at food systems as a way to reduce both emissions and food waste and promote health. And as I mentioned before, we're excited to collaborate with Complete Streets Commission. And that's all. I put some questions up here if council wanted to provide some guidance. But again, thank you for the opportunity to share with you our work, and I welcome any questions.
All right, let's go to public comment.
Thank you. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on our presentation H5 provided by the EQC chair for environmental quality report out. If you are in person, complete a speaker card, return that to me. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on presentation H5. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Corcoran. I'll bring it back to the dais if there are any questions, comments.
I just want to thank the EQC for all the work they're doing. It's obvious that it is a very, very thorough, dedicated group, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair McKenna. Just a handful of really quick points. One is I really appreciate the call out to the continuity. I think one thing that we can take away from how the EQC's operated from, Mitch Slomiak and Ryan Price, they're very active. I met with them both within the last week, but people like Angela Evans, Tom Cabot, those folks are still involved. And, when you see a climate activity in the city, it's just a community, it's a really valuable part of how this all operates. And so the EQC is almost like a proving ground for people who stay really engaged in all the work. I also want to call out, there was a lot in there, but my personal experience was, most cities might be able to work with Chief Norris and do the fleet electrification, and that's all they kind of get done, in a half year. But the EQC moves at such an amazing pace that everything Chair McKenna mentioned is very real, very tangible. It's not just presentations, it's people actually doing the work. That's both the EQC and the amazing staff. I want to call out that as well. We're super fortunate because I was at a regional symposium just last week that Canopy put on. The CAL FIRE Urban Forester was there for the state. We had 200 people, and Sustainability Manager Launder was part of the steering committee. She was there. We punch way above our weight class when it comes to our staff and our influence for all this kind of stuff. So and then Chair McKenna has been really accelerating us toward the 2030 goal. So I just want to give kudos to him that he's mentioned, even when I was on the EQC, that we are far behind goal, and what are we going to do in this last 5 years to really put our foot on the accelerator. So just a deep appreciation for the EQC, the staff, the people who are involved in all this. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Chair McKenna, very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And before we move on to we have one more commission report out. I did want, and this is an audible for the city clerk, after this second presentation, I will open up a special public comment for any young people in the audience who want to provide public comment. I will let you determine whether you're young or not. But any young people who want to provide public comment on any item after this next commission report, I will open up public comment specifically for you, and then we will close public comment and go on with our regular agenda. All right. With that, we'll move on to item H6, Annual Housing Report Out. Here to make the presentation is Chair Steven Schweitzer.
All right. Well, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I have 4 slides available for this presentation. So let's jump right into it. I want to note some of our Housing Commissioner members, and not indicated on this slide is our staff liaison, Tim Wong. So extra thanks to his work and his team's work at the Planning Department for preparing these items for our review. Just reading into the record here are other housing commissioners. We have our Vice Chair, Jessica Bealey. We have our newest member, Chapa, Catherine Dumont, Kevin Cranen, William Orser, and Carol Wong, a 7-member commission. So as for our mission statement, I think the first line is pretty fitting. We are housing advocates. It's fundamental to our charter as a housing commission, and providing input to City Council on housing related policies and matters in the public. And I think that many of us here today are lucky to call Menlo Park home. And as a housing commissioner, we have a pretty good distribution of those 7 members on the commission throughout our districts in Menlo Park. And together we can act as conduits for information from the commission, as well as back from the communities, our respective communities, to staff. So I want to briefly highlight some of our accomplishments in the past year. So we reviewed 4 below market rate agreements. So the first one would be Parkline, and that included a 90 multifamily unit development with 7 rental townhomes with the option to potentially purchase said townhomes. And I think a special portion of that below market rate agreement was also the dedication of a parcel for 100% affordable housing at a future date. So that could potentially be built out for 154 units. And moving along to the Haven, the 3705 Haven Avenue property, that is 14 below market rate units out of a 112 unit development. We have our 320 Sheridan Drive. So that is 100% affordable housing development with 88 units in total. And we also further recommended a dedication of the city's below market rate fund for $600,000 to this development as well. So that's partially funded by contributions from other development projects. I believe that the city to date has roughly $2.6 million left in that fund as well. Moving along to the last item on the agreements, we had 335 Pierce Road. So that is 100% affordable unit development with 8 units in the Bellhaven neighborhood. And that also included some modifications to an agreement to better align the management of those said units with Habitat for Humanity as the city's designee for the program provider, as well as education and application selection. So next steps. Definitely having a support of staff with the development of the anti-displacement plan that was identified in the housing element as well as the environmental justice element of the general plan. I think displacement, definitely can occur to anyone that we may know. It could potentially be from factors out of our control, such as costs, evictions, potentially building conditions, the list goes on. I do believe that later on tonight, you'll be hearing a study item from staff, so stay tuned about that anti-displacement plan. We're pretty excited about that. As for some other items, community outreach, we did develop an ad hoc to kind of better engage our grassroots efforts for housing education and potentially expanding our meeting space over to the Bellhaven Community Center for a little change of scenery. And on that note, furthering the education of tenant rights. So further enhancing the information sharing that we have and acting as that conduit of the resources that the city already has on its website and connecting members of the public and our residents in the city with those said resources. And I can entertain any further questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our presentation H6, Annual Housing Commission Report Out. If you're in person, you can return a speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. And this is the final call for public comment on presentation H6. No hands, no cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. Bringing it back to the dais, are there any questions or comments for Chair Schweitzer? Yeah.
I just want to thank you and the commission and staff for all you're doing. It is really exciting that we're seeing the anti-displacement project coming forward tonight. Thank you.
I echo what the Vice Mayor said. Thanks very much for the presentation. Okay, with that, before we move on to the consent calendar, as I said, I'd open up public comment, a special public comment for any young people in the audience who want to provide public comment on any item on the agenda. You're also welcome to wait until your agenda item comes up, but I know it's a school night, so.
Perfect. And if you could just say your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anya Lee, and I'm 11 years old and in 6th grade. I've been swimming since I was 3 years old, and I have really grown to love it. The freeing feeling of jumping in the cold waters and powerfully pushing off of the grainy wall is the reason why I swim. Not only that though, but the main reason why I push myself off the couch every day and come out to swim is simple. Swimming is a great and giant part of my life. Swimming heals and helps the body, not just physically, but also mentally. I've trained my mind to self-encourage myself and help me get through the burning sensation in my legs when I'm tired. I've trained my body to have more endurance and strength through swimming too. Overall, any habits or skills you get from swimming will help you in your everyday life, whether it's pushing through 2 hours of homework or running sprints in the track. No matter whatever it is I'm doing, you can rest assured that some habit from swimming is being played in. That's why it's so important to me that PASA at Burgess stays. I can't even imagine a life without PASA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that public. Oh, wait. Okay, we got it. Sure.
Hello and good evening, council people. I don't know really the right way to address you guys, but thank you for your time. My name is Thunder. I'm a senior at Eastside College Prep. And so I come today from the East Palo Alto Robotics Foundation for the I2 community grant thing. I don't really know what it's called, but I'm the build captain of the robotics team. And so I kind of come to let you guys know kind of what we do. So when we have work sessions Tuesdays and Fridays right now. Tuesdays, we're kind of focusing on the new students. And then Fridays, it's like, we're just doing stuff on the robot. And so East Palo Alto Robotics Foundation has meant a lot to me so far. I've been a part of it for almost 3 years now. And so I've been going to, competitions out in, whether it's here in Woodside or down in what was called Pinnacles, which was in Hollister. These competitions have meant a lot to me. I've been able to meet a lot of people that I otherwise wouldn't have, and robotics has allowed me to come out of my shell a lot more than any other sport has pushed me to. When I was little, I didn't have much, technological stuff. I was always the little kid breaking stuff, taking things apart. It really opened robotics has really opened up my eyes to like all the opportunities of the different things I can do in STEM. I've been working with connectors that I didn't know existed, like Wago connectors. I was recently showing them and, putting them together and seeing how everything works has been, eye-opening, to me. And so, I would appreciate it if we got some help from you guys, because we're growing a lot faster than we thought. We're pulling in new students all the time, so it'd mean a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment. Okay, with that, we'll close this special public comment and move on to the rest of the items in our agenda. Next up is consent calendar. Under consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, City staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on any of our consent calendar items, I-1, City Council meeting minutes, I-2, consideration of the City Council Subcommittee funding recommendations for the community funding program, I-3, a formal bid to authorize the city manager into agreement with OpenGov, I-4, a purchasing agreement for aquatic supplies from Lincoln Aquatics, I-5, a grant award for the County of San Mateo, with the County of San Mateo for the Community Wellness and Crisis Response Team. And item I-6, a resolution to submit a grant application to the San Mateo County Transportation Authority for Measures A and W Highway Program. So if you'd like to speak on any of our consent calendar items, If you are in person, complete a speaker card and return that to me. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. All right, so it looks like we are at 4 speakers. We will start with our in-person Siua. Yeah, I have you speaking on item I2.
Good evening again, Mayor Combs, council members, and city staff. My name is Yossi Wavea, and I'm honored to speak tonight and represent Job Train. This is our first year applying for the community funding program, and from the very beginning, the process has been one of professionalism, grace, and respect. The subcommittee meeting I attended was not only thoughtful and thorough, but it left me with a deep sense of gratitude for the leadership guiding this process. It was clear that every applicant's work was carefully considered and that the city is deeply committed to strengthening the community through this program. Tonight, we acknowledge not just our organization, but also the other community-based organizations who stand alongside us. Each of us, in our unique way, is working to do many things to uplift residents, families, and neighborhoods. Together, we weave a stronger, more resilient Menlo Park. So on behalf of my colleagues, our staff, our board of directors, and the many residents that we serve, just wanted to thank you for your vision, for your leadership, and for the confidence that you place in organizations like Job Train. We're proud to partner with you to make Menlo Park a place where every resident has a chance to thrive. Thank you.
Right, and we are going to be turning to our virtual speaker, so I will ask that you state the item in which you are speaking on. We will start with Laura Fanucci, followed by SP.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, and council members and city staff. I'm Laura Fanucci, Director of Programs at HIP Housing. I'd like to speak tonight on item I2. We're very appreciative of the council's subcommittee recommendation for funding. HIP Housing takes a holistic, trauma-informed approach to housing assistance and support services to address the unique needs of Menlo Park residents in San Mateo County's low-income communities. Our 3 social service programs, home sharing, self-sufficiency, and housing readiness, and our affordable housing properties, 3 of which are in Menlo Park, work in tandem to prevent displacement and homelessness, connect people to housing and housing resources, maximize and preserve existing housing stock, and equip individuals with the support they need to overcome economic inequalities and stabilize their housing situation. Through our programs and properties, we aim to serve over 130 residents here this year. The City of Menlo Park and HIP Housing have been dedicated partners to ensure residents and those who work in the City of Menlo Park have access to housing and resources to help them find and maintain a place to call home. And we're also very proud to work with the other organizations that are being recommended for funding this evening. So thank you very much.
All right, and our next speaker will be SP, and if you could let us know which item you are speaking on.
Hello, council members. I am Srishti Patel. I am a 15-year-old and I go to Menlo Atherton and I am a sophomore. I am here to speak on the I-4, which is the pool covers for the Burgess pool. I have been swimming at Burgess for the team for 2.5 years now. I would like to say that these pool covers are, they would be extremely helpful in like maintaining the temperature and also helping to conserve energy in relation to the temperature. However, as the temperature is changing outside, the pool has been getting progressively colder since May. And I thought this would be a good time to bring that up because it's relating to the pool covers. the pool has been getting progressively colder since May, as I mentioned earlier. And in the 2.5 years that I have swam, I also swim for the Menlo Atherton swim team. So I've been in a couple of different pools. And since I have started swimming, this pool has been extremely cold. And it's to the point where I am starting to get sick. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but I'm starting to get sick consistently from the pool. And it would be extremely appreciated if the pool could be heated, because I do not want to have to drop swim because I'm getting consistently cold in the pool. So the temperature used to be 80 to 81 degrees in the pool, and the pool does not feel like it has been 80 to 81 degrees recently. So it would be extremely helpful if they could reset the temperature or make sure that the temperature is at that temperature, because it would be very, very disheartening to have to quit swim due to a temperature issue. Thank you.
All right, and our next speaker will be Anne Marie Hong. And again, Anne Marie, if you can let us know which item you're speaking on.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great. I'm Anne Marie. I'm speaking on I2. Thank you, Mayor Combs and City Council members for having us here tonight. My name is Anne Marie. I have the privilege to be here on behalf of Ability Path. We are grateful for your support of our mission and our programs over the years. After a century of serving children and adults with developmental disabilities and their families, Ability Path's vision remains crystal clear: creating a world where people of all abilities are accepted, respected, and included. We're doing this by celebrating neurodiversity and empowering individuals with developmental disabilities through inclusive programs and community partnerships, and providing therapeutic, educational, recreational, vocational, and family support services. Our request for FY26 is for our adult services program specifically, which includes one-on-one and group employment development and support, community-based day programming, independent living skills instruction, computer technology and media arts training, and stroke and brain injury rehabilitation. Since the last community funding program cycle, our adult services department has doubled the number of Menlo Park residents served. Our much-needed services to these individuals include vital therapy for residents recovering from stroke or brain injury in group and one-on-one settings that restores communication, mobility, and independence. Support from life coaches to work on personal goals of financial literacy and benefits management, meal planning and preparation, hygiene, household maintenance, accessing community resources, and civic engagement. Health and wellness support through community-based and experiential learning activities and classes. And adults who seek employment that utilize our support to update their resume, search for job opportunities, attend a weekly job club, practice interviews, and complete onboarding processes. Employment specialists help them navigate needs around transportation to and from their job, access benefits, complete assigned trainings, and communicate scheduling requests. We educate employers about the benefits of inclusive hiring, and we work directly with over 300 community partners to establish meaningful, competitive, integrated work, internship, and volunteer opportunities to address employment and community engagement needs. Every one of these supports create ripple effects that strengthen families, enrich workplaces, and build a more compassionate and inclusive community. We'd be honored to continue partnering with the City of Menlo Park to deliver these impactful outcomes and create meaningful change within the community. Thank you.
All right, and seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Great, thank you, Clerk Heron. So bringing it back to the dais, I know the Vice Mayor wanted to make a comment on I2. So.
Actually, I will let Councilmember Taylor go first.
I don't believe City Councilmember Taylor has been able to join just yet. Oh, okay.
And if that doesn't work,
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash and Mayor Combs. I just wanted to make a brief comment on item I2, and that is in consideration for the next grant funding, that if we can consider funding from the bottom up. That means giving the organizations that have the least amount of funding more funding, and vice versa for the organizations that have more funding less, just because of the grant sizes. And then also, I believe one of the public comments earlier mentioned the robotics program, and I noticed that their request was at $3,000 and we are funding them at $1,500. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Vice President.
Thank you. And I also wanted to make a possible, request a possible change for next year, and that would be to actually reinstate the city grants can represent no more than 20% of an applicant's total operating budget. Again, in an effort to focus on small organizations, but also ones that do have some track record. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are any other comments or motion on the consent calendar? I will, before we go to a motion, I think it was, correct me, Councilmember Schmidt and Councilmember Wise were the subcommittee, right? And so thank you for, as someone who served on the subcommittee for like 5 years or something like that. Thank you for your work and all of the work that I know staff puts a lot of time and effort into the grants. And so appreciate all the time and effort that everyone put in. And so, and I think in connection with the vice mayor's ask, would that be something that we would agendize as part of a discussion leading up to the next community grant award period?
Yes, we could bring back the policy for revisions closer to that time.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Councilmember Schmidt.
Just one quick comment as well. Just reflecting back, one appreciation to Councilmember Wise for being a partner in this. It was a great exercise. Maybe two observations. One is for those organizations that we funded and those that we didn't, there's an opportunity, I think, at least for me personally, but others, to really just let us know what you work on, and I'd be happy to come take tours and listen to your mission and everything else. So some organizations like Job Train, I think we know pretty well, but others were fairly new. So I would just encourage folks for next time around to really reach out and make us aware of what you do and how you serve the city. And I will personally make space and time to do that. And to thank you for everything you do in the community, whether you got what you wanted or not. Nonprofits play a really critical role in extending our services in the county and the city. So just a great appreciation for folks who work in our nonprofit space. Thanks.
One more acknowledgement, and that's I want to really thank all the staff members who pulled all of this together and really did the bulk of the work. And that would be Assistant to the City Manager, City Clerk Judy Herron, Executive Assistant to the City Manager Nicole Casadas, Librarian 2 Nora Mercer, Police Commander Wilson Lau, Accountant 2 Sandeep Mishra, and Housing Manager Tim Wong. And just want to really acknowledge all the work that was done. Thank you.
You should have made a motion at the end of
I will move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash and a second by Mayor Combs to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Taylor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash?
Yes.
City Council Member Schmidt?
Yes.
City Council Member Wise?
Yes.
Mayor Combs?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We have reordered the agenda and will be going to item L, informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the city council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the city council. Informational items are not action items. However, a city council member, a city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on the informational items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on informational item L1, City Council agenda topics, or L2, addendum to our police report regarding automated license plate reader systems, if you are in person, you can complete a speaker card, return that to me. If you're participating virtually, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Currently have one virtual hand. So this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items L1 and L2. Okay, I will invite Randy Avalos.
Randy Avalos, District 5. Good evening. Just want to thank the city and Chief Norris for the update.
Randy, can I have you pause just one moment? I think I need to increase the volume on our end. Okay, can you try again?
How about that?
That's better, thank you.
Yeah. I just want to thank Chief Norris and the city for the updated license plate report out. Greatly appreciated the transparency. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Randy. All right, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, we can continue.
All right, thanks. Are there any council comments, questions as it relates to informational items on the agenda? No. Okay, with that, I'm gonna move on. Okay, we're good. All right, so we'll move on to the next the next item, the study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not the city council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The city council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the city council for action. The first study session is provide direction on conceptual possibilities for sustaining and potentially restoring operating hours at city-owned swim centers. Here to introduce the item is Library and Community Services Director Sean Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Joining me for this presentation this evening. Behind me is Tricia Mullen, Library and Community Services Supervisor, who also is our liaison to the aquatics program. To my left here is Tim Sheeper, the CEO of Menlo Swim and Sport, currently our aquatics operator. And then to his left is Carol Hayworth, the Chief Financial Officer for Menlo Swim and Sport. Just give me one moment while I try to get my laptop to do what I want it to do. Okay, so thank you, Tim. This item tonight is a study session to review conceptual possibilities for sustaining and potentially restoring operating hours at city-owned swim centers. The recommendation here is for City Council to provide direction on conceptual possibilities for sustaining and potentially restoring operating hours at swim centers. There's some more information on that in the staff report and in Attachment A. City staff will incorporate any of City Council's direction for necessary follow-up actions that there may be potentially on September 30th. That's the next available City Council meeting. There's some additional background information attached to the staff report. Attachment B includes attendance statistics and financial data from the recent summer season, comparing it to the 2024 summer season. Attachment C is a partial timeline of aquatics-related activities from 2022 to the present, just to kind of keep track of where we've been. and how we've arrived at this point. And then attachment D includes a link to the city's aquatics webpage, which has quite a bit of information about community outreach efforts, community survey results, aquatics working group notes, and some other information about the aquatics program. So we're just going to give a brief overview of some of the information contained in the report, and I think move on to the meat of the discussion with Mr. Sheeper and Ms. Hayworth here regarding the conceptual possibilities. But just briefly, I'll stop and talk about the summer attendance data. Overall, the summer attendance at the two pools, Bellhaven Pool and Burgess Pool, was slightly lower in 2025 than it was last summer in 2024. This is just for the summer months. Attendance was 2.8% lower at Bellhaven Pool and 11.9% lower at Burgess Pool. Attendance at Burgess Pool during the week of August 18th, at a time when the schedule was altered, did increase slightly at 2.2%. That's kind of more or less the same, but there was a slight increase compared to that same week last year and last summer. The percentage of residents among visitors to Bellhaven Pool remained very strong at 77.4%, a little bit of a decrease from last year, but still very much the vast majority of users there are residents of Menlo Park. Burgess Pool had an increase in the percentage of residents. They're up to 63.8% of all visitors to that pool are residents of Menlo Park, so a 4% increase. Also notably, last year there was some discussion around the availability of swim lesson scholarships. There's a pretty big increase this year in the availability of those scholarships, thanks in no small part to the partnership with the nonprofit Beyond Barriers Athletic Foundation. These slides, there's a lot of information on these slides, but we have them here for reference. What we see here is on the left is the 2025 summer data for Bellhaven Pool, and on the right is the 2024 data. I think the big numbers here to look at are the weekly average in 2025. That's a couple of rows down there in bold, 777 visits on average during the summer of 2025 at Bellhaven Pool, down slightly from the number on the right there, which I'm squinting at the screen a little bit. It's 780, something like 790. Sorry, I can't see it. My laptop's not giving me the full view. Similarly, at Burgess Pool, I see a decrease. Burgess Pool has approximately 4/5 of the overall traffic at our two pools, compared to about 1/5 of the traffic goes to the Bellhaven Pool. But you can see again that that's somewhat of a decrease in the weekly average, about 400 visits per week, actually lower this year. So we can come back to that if we want to dive into those details, but I think we'll just move on to the conceptual possibilities, and I'm going to turn over Mr. Sheeper and I are going to kind of alternate on going through these possibilities. These were prepared by Menlo Swim and Sport, the operator, for sustaining and potentially expanding the operating hours. Again, those details are in attachment A. Again, we're requesting City Council direction, feedback, questions on any of these. Should we develop any for further consideration, possible implementation? And again, the next touch point for City Council to take action would be September 30th. So I think I'll turn it over here to Mr. Sheeper to the next couple of slides, and we're going to kind of alternate back and forth.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Well, the first one is the Bellhaven Pool hybrid operating model. And that's a long-term model that we're thinking of. The second possibility is a cost share model at Bellhaven Pool. Another possibility is the additional open hours at the Burgess Pool. And another possibility would be off-season operating hours at Bellhaven Pool. The first one being the long-term, and the follow-on, B, C, and D, being more short-term, so that we could get to the long-term. Thank you, Sean. So the first one is the hybrid operating model, and that's the long-term plan. And the idea behind this is to integrate the aquatics, the pool, into the programming and operations of the entire Bellhaven Community Center, and have the city staff integrate the hours and the days, the times, the programs with the programs that are already happening at Bellhaven, and then the having Menlo Swim and Sport provide the safety services, providing the lifeguards to enable that model to be strong and sustainable.
And just a few comments on the cost estimates from the city staff perspective. As Mr. Sheeper described and as outlined in the staff report, should the city council direct the staff and the operator to move forward with the hybrid model, again, it will take a little bit of time to implement. As Mr. Sheeper mentioned, it's a little bit more of a midterm implementation. The estimated cost of the city at $199 per hour for 63 hours per week over 52 weeks would be approximately $652,000 for the city to pay the operator. There would be another approximately $31,000 per year for the certified pool operator support, and that's a requirement to run a public pool. That would be $600 per week over 52 weeks. For the city to provide, oversee the programming of the pool, likely there would be a need to add some full-time equivalent staff, again, to supervise or coordinate that programming. We can develop more precise estimates if we're directed to implement this or bring it back for further discussion on September 30. And the city likely would need to increase expenditures for contract services if there's like contracted programming to be brought in currently, such as swim lessons, aquafit, things of that nature. So the all-in cost would be somewhat higher than the $2 figures you see there, because it would potentially include some staff costs as well as contract services.
So again, the long-term plan would be the hybrid. And then to enable us to get to that long-term plan, one of the possibilities is a Bellhaven Pool cost share model, where during the summer, we would operate the full complement of hours, the full 63 hours. But when the kids are in school, so during the school year, we would operate for 30 of those hours, and then the city would assist with the other 33 hours to make the 63 hours. So during that, or in that cost share model, the operator would collect and retain all the revenues from the aquatics user fees and apply it towards the cost of providing the additional hours of the pool operator support, the certified pool operator. Additionally, the city would waive the revenue share requirement in the current agreement.
Okay, and on that option B, estimated cost to the city, as we understand it, would be for $133 per hour of service for 33 hours per week. That would be the additional 33 hours. Over 44 weeks, that would primarily be not summer, the city would pay the operator approximately $193,000 per year. And then if the city were to waive the revenue share, then the projected revenue to the city would decrease by an estimated $20,000 to $35,000 annually. That depends on how much revenue comes in, but it would be in that range.
So another possibility to get to the So the long-term hybrid plan would be the city would pay the operator to provide additional open hours at Burgess Pool above the current agreement's required minimum of 63 hours per week. The operator would provide certified lifeguards on deck, lifeguard management support, and customer service support. The operator would retain the revenue from the user's fees and apply it towards the cost of providing the additional hours and the certified pool operator support. The city would compensate the operator $133 per hour for each additional hour for service above 63 hours per week, year-round. And then the operator would continue to collect and retain all revenue from user fees.
Okay, so for that concept, additional hours at Burgess Pool, at $133 per hour for, let's say, an additional 30 hours per week to bring the Burgess Pool hours from 63 to 93. At $133 per hour for those 30 hours, over 52 weeks, the city would pay the operator approximately $207,000 per year. Our understanding is, and that does seem about right, that really is just like their cost for providing those services. If the city waives the revenue share, as mentioned in the previous slide, the revenues would be lower by $20,000 to $35,000 per year.
And another short-term possibility would be off-season hours at Belhaven Pool. So this was previously considered by reducing the hours for the off-season, defined as the time of the year where the school kids are in regular session. Reducing open hours during the off-season when demand is typically lower is a common practice in swim centers to control operating costs. So the operator would reduce Belhaven Pool open hours during the off-season to 30 hours per week. Additionally, the city would waive the revenue share requirement in the current agreement.
Okay, and again, for that's the fourth concept of the four. The estimated cost of the city for this particular concept, there would not be new substantive expenditures here. There would be no money being paid by the city. There would be reduced hours of operation at Belhaven Pool for 44 weeks of the year. Those reduced hours could potentially result in some marginal savings on maintenance cost. Nothing particularly substantive on the scale of some of the other costs mentioned elsewhere in this presentation. And also, again, a revenue share estimated between $20,000 to $35,000 per year. So if that's waived, that would be that much less revenue. Oh, and just to wrap up, so that wraps up the presentation. Really looking forward to the discussion with the City Council this evening and hearing from members of the public. So just to kind of recap, and we can have this slide for reference purposes. Here are those four concepts in order. Again, the lettering is just for ease of reference, A, B, C, and D. And the staff looks forward to City Council's direction, and we're targeting any follow-up actions there may be for September 30th. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Reinhardt and Mr. Sheeper. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our first study session, J1, provide direction on conceptual possibilities for sustaining and potentially restoring operating hours at city-owned swim centers. If you are in person, please return a speaker card to me. If you are participating virtually, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. So it looks like we are at 16 speakers.
Okay, let's limit the speaker time to 1 minute and 30 seconds each.
Okay, and with that, we will start with our in-person speakers, Sam Sinat, followed by Rick Schertz.
Good evening. I'm Sam Sinnott, one of the many swimmers here in Menlo Park who would like to work with Tim Sheeper and find a way to reopen the Burgess Aquatic Center. I was just reminded by Dave Gilday that back in 2011, we had 40 speakers, so 16 is not all bad. Over the years, I've witnessed Burgess go through various forms of management and operations. Tim's company, Menlo Swim and Sports, serves the most people with the greatest variety of programs for the lowest cost. Tim's been a fixture in our community so long, it's easy to forget just how lucky we are and how brilliant he and his staff are. I've been swimming at Burgess since the 1960s. Then the office and locker rooms faced Laurel Street. City staff ran the pool and it was mostly closed in the winter with very few programs. Over time, the city opened the pool year round and contracted with people like Tim and Tom McCrae to run their specialized programs. In the late 90s, we master planned the existing aquatic center. I was on the committee and now regret some of the cost-saving considerations we included. But upon completion in 2005, we were all stunned at how beautiful it was. However, the council was also stunned at the time at how expensive pool operation would be, even with a skeleton crew, and considered not opening the new facility at all back then. They were looking at $1 million a year in the 20 years ago to operate with no in-house expertise. Tim was running a very successful master swimming group that had grown to a couple hundred by then. So council members Winkler, DeBach, and Jellins asked Tim if he could run the pool and at what cost. In a few days, he responded and said he could run the programs at no cost to the city, zero. So Tim started in 2006 with
Mr.
support from
Sinat,
Council Majority.
Mr. Sinat, you are over. So
I'm sorry?
I said you're over. So if you could.
Oh, was it 3 minutes?
No, a minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, a minute?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No worries.
And that, I just want to say that aquatic centers are expensive and complicated to run. And I please agree to one of Tim's options and convince him to open the Burgess Aquatic Center again all day. I didn't know I was limited to 1 minute. Sorry about that.
No worries at all. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rick Schertz, followed by John Barrett.
Hello, council members. I'm Rick Schwartz. My wife and I are residents of the Willows since 1986. I appreciate the hard work of the council and the opportunity to share my thoughts. 1 week ago, the East Palo Alto City Council took a bold step. They unanimously agreed to allocate $175,000 in a one-year trial to restore community access to the site of the former Bell Street gym and pool. That city, East Palo Alto, not Palo Alto, is funding a partnership with the YMCA. This will provide residents with free weekend access to the pool, gym, classes, swim lessons, and other programs. The aims are health and wellness, swim safety, and community building, aims that we in Menlo Park share. So I have to ask, if East Palo Alto and its city council can find the financial resources and collaborative spirit to make this happen, why can't Menlo Park?
Next speaker is John Barrett, followed by Judith Wilson. Make sure that I have the correct name. Yes, John Burley. Okay, Judith Wilson. Thank you, Judith.
Good evening. I want to make it clear that I'm going to speak
from my personal experience as a lap swimmer, primarily at the Burgess Pool, but I also want to strongly echo the prior speaker's recommendation or urging that this council and this city step up to provide adequate funding for the Bellhaven Pool. That's not my primary site, and so that's why I'm not weighing in on any particular alternative, but clearly we need to support it. So I'm a solo lap swimmer at Burgess Pool, and for the last 25 years, I have loved being part of the Menlo Swim and Sport Aquatics community. The presence of diverse classes and groups has never precluded my having adequate lane space, and in fact, has contributed enormously to the sense of community I feel the moment I walk in. Historically, the pool's very expansive open hours have meant that I could find time to swim even on a day that was packed with an inflexible schedule, although clearly that is no longer true with the recent midday closures. Under its current operator, the Burgess Pool has been a wonderful and fully utilized resource for this entire community. I have no doubt that Bellhaven could perform a similar function, but only if this very affluent and very well-resourced city provides adequate financial and programmatic support.
Our next speaker will be Robin Servas, followed by Pam Jones.
Hi, my name is Robin Severns, member of the Willows, resident of the Willows. I've recently started swimming for fitness and enjoyment. And I've recently started swimming at the Bellhaven Pool, and I really love the Bellhaven Community Center. It is really great. And I'd like to encourage everyone to go over and try it. I'm in the Willows, so it's not that hard for me to get to, except during rush hour. But you basically cross the freeway, you take the first left, you take the first left after that, or the second or the third if you miss that left. You turn right on the frontage road and just follow the frontage road straight down to where it dumps you back into the neighborhood, and you take a left and you're there. So it's very, very easy to find, but it is very, very poorly marked in terms of signage on Willow Road. And I have to believe that people drive Willow Road and they would see that there was a community center there and they would say, wow, I wonder what that is. I know that I've been aware of the Bellhaven Community Center for a long time, but I didn't know that they had a library and a maker space and a gymnasium and a fitness center. They have lunch every day of the week, or 5 days of the week, and a beautiful pool table and kind of a senior center area. And now I'm a senior, so I get to use all of that. And the fees are very, very reasonable. So I have to believe that there's potential at the Bellhaven Pool, but I also believe that a lot of people who work on their feet all day long don't really want to go out and exercise at the end of the day. So I think someone needs to take a poll of the residents, the local residents, find out what they need from a community center. And if it means that we have to close the pool for part of the year or some of the hours, I can deal. Let's see. And I certainly liked the idea that letting the city run that pool with.
You're at time, just.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Geez, where'd the time go? Yes, anyway, I liked whatever option it was that was proposed, that the city run the pool and Sheeper run the safety aspects. Thank you. Oh, and I can't read the screen, even from where I'm sitting. And I have good eyesight. Why is that so big? Can't we just have something else, the rest of it big? I mean, there was no presentation at all today that I could read the screen.
We accept the feedback.
Next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Bob Hubble.
Pam Jones, resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood. The hybrid is promising, but the details are so limited, it was hard to understand any of it. I would like to see the income and expenditures side by side for all four proposals with the pros and cons. I would like to see a Bellhaven resident and user of the facility task force, not the Aqua working group. I recommend a monthly report on the downtime at each pool and all the reports on issues such as temperature and the filtering. As a senior, I have difficulty using the pool at the Belhaven Center unless it is at the 85 plus. And there's been times that it's been below that. I also suggest that the pools, separately, of course, be closed for every single repair that they need rather than piecemealing. It's like, trying to fix a car. You don't do just one little thing at a time. You do everything that needs to be done so the car is going to run well. Same thing with when you're taking care of your house. I also want you to remember that the Belhaven pool and the community campus serves about 18% of the population of Menlo Park. And I think that is significant when we try and do numbers. Then we're talking about how much money we're losing, what the attendance is, and then make assumptions from that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bob Hubble, followed by Scott Sewell.
Hi, Bob Hubble, 30-year Menlo Park resident. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I've spoken to you numerous times about this issue. At this point, I think we should be moving forward with the city staff and operator have recommended. The long-term approach is going to be long-term, and I think it's super important for the city to recognize that they have to step up and provide the financial resources in order to keep things viable for both pools. And depending on the resources that we give or that the city puts forward, we may be able to raise the number of hours, for both pools beyond where they are now. And those are, I think, the details that have been provided earlier spell that out. I don't think the long-term approach is ideal. I think the city is underestimating the value that the operator brings to programming and how hard it is. But it does appear that that's where things are leaning, and so I'll support that. So I want to encourage some action. This issue has been, out there for a long, long time, far longer than it should have been, in my mind. And I think the city council really needs to step up and move on it. I want to also echo, it's a different subject, but it's pool related. Earlier speaker about the covers at Burgess. They are in need of repair or replacement. Winter's coming. The men's locker room at Burgess, the showers are pathetic. They need to be repaired. We need some TLC for Burgess as well. I was just over at Belhaven on Friday. It's a wonderful pool. Pool temp was higher than Burgess, and the showers were great. Everything was great about the locker room. So, it's a wonderful facility. Thank you.
Next speaker is Scott Sewell, followed by Stefan Muradian.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I did also want to mention I was born and raised here in Menlo Park, and similar to the younger speaker earlier, I learned how to swim here in Menlo Park when I was 4 years old. So it's been an important part of my life. Coming to the meeting tonight, I wanted to note the policy considerations in the staff report on page 1, and specifically policy considerations 1, 2, and 7. I would say that Burgess Pool has now met all these goals for many years. And my family is a good example. My kids learned how to swim at Burgess. They attended camps there. My son now swims competitively there as a freshman. He's a freshman at MA, and he swims competitively at with PASA there, as do I, as part of the master's program. And I think this is exactly the kind of community that your policies are seeking to achieve. So recently, the council decided to invest in the Belhaven pool. And I believe, and my understanding is that the reason was twofold. One, to leverage Facebook funding, and two, for important equity reasons. As I talked about on my comments on May 27th, which I won't go through all of them again, we have a proven pool operator in Tim Sheeper and his programs. The problems at Belhaven are not a pool operator issue. This is fundamentally a numbers issue. And for many reasons, there are just simply not enough attendees to cover your costs at Belhaven. It's going to take time and investment by the city to get Bellhaven to a sustainable position. So I urge you to collaborate with our current proven pool operator to achieve your policy objectives for Bellhaven and the community there, and to restore the full services at Burgess that have currently been taken away. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stefan Murati, followed by Sashi Blue Smith.
Good evening, Stefan Meridian. I've lived in Menlo Park since 1997. In fact, I moved to Menlo Park because I used to live in San Carlos and I was swimming here, and I just wanted to be closer to the pool because it was an important part of my life and my wife's life as well. When we started, actually, the pool as it was, similar to what Sam Sinnott said, did not exist the way it was. It was actually the previous facility. It was run by the city. And sometimes you would actually come to swim early in the morning and the staff would not be there to open the pool. And that happened many times and it was a little bit of a joke. Eventually, when we fixed, we got a new facility, I think the previous city council actually had the foresight to actually come with a solution, which was actually to find a private operator. And I don't know how long this has been going on, but it's probably 15 or 20 years that we've been doing this, right? It's been unbelievably successful to the point that other cities like Palo Alto, as you know, and others actually approached them to actually run for a facility because it is difficult to run these facilities. Most of the people are actually part-timers in this, and it's very challenging. So the point is we have a really good operator here. This is actually something that many cities in the peninsula do not have. I think if the city wants to run the Bellhaven pool through the hybrid model, that is fine. I think that if we want to do the experiment and try it, because this is what the community asked, I think we can try that. It's going to be challenging, and I think we might actually find out that what we had was actually pretty good before. So I would support whatever the city council decides, but just kind of be mindful about the past as well. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sashi Blue Smith, followed by Trisha Barr.
Hi there. Wasn't Anya great, the 11-year-old earlier? So I sort of come from the same block as her in terms of my interests here, as I've shared with several of you during your office hours and in building one-on-one relationships. My only real concern here is making sure that the current pool operator is not under so much financial duress that they are inclined to terminate the contract before it ends in 2028, because that sort of motion would be incredibly disruptive to the hundreds of swimmers and families at PASA, at Solo, in the Learn to Swim programming. A termination like that would very likely result in a pool closure of weeks, maybe months, and that would really be devastating to my 9-year-old son, Orion, who's Anya's teammate, to Anya, and to the hundreds of other young athletes that are coming out of these facilities. So hopefully in directing city staff, that's my understanding for why we're here tonight, in doing the follow-up work for September 30th, I would ask that some analysis about the immediate financial relief to the operator is part of that equation, because that is really my primary interest and that of many of the PASA and Solo families. Thank you.
Next speaker is Trisha Barr, followed by Shang Shi.
Hi, City Council. My name is Trisha Barr, and I'm a resident of the Willows for the last 25 years. Thank you for your ongoing work on behalf of our community. I'm a lifelong swimmer. My family and I appreciate the programming provided by Menlo Swim and Sport, including swim lessons, camps, youth swim teams, and Menlo Masters, of which I'm a part. I'm here in support of the efforts that I'm seeing to explore the different models that'll enable Burgess and Bellhaven community centers, and including the pools, to operate in a manner that'll bring the benefits of swimming to everyone in our diverse community. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker will be Shang Shi, followed by Felix Kolotinsky. Shang, you should be able to unmute your end at this time.
Sorry. Hi everyone, my name is Shang. I'm a resident of the Bellhaven. I would like to ask the city and the pool operator to consider if the hours must be reduced, maybe closing it during midday instead of allocating more hours to the evening and extending weekend hours during the summer. This will allow residents to avoid peak sun exposure, which we all know is harmful to the skin, and also giving the working community members a greater opportunity to swim after work on weekends. And then I would like to ask, suggest like maybe lane allocation for swim team can be carefully balanced with the need for lap swimmers. There have been occasions where multiple lanes were reserved for swim team, leaving only 2 or 3 lanes available for lap swimmers, especially for people who work, make it very difficult to swim other time during the day. So yeah, that's all. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Felix Kolotinsky, followed by Nina Wolk.
Hi, my name is Felix Kolotinsky. I live in Menlo Park, unincorporated area of North Fair Oaks since 2007, 2008. I started swimming in Burgers Pool when COVID started. And since then, I've been swimming almost every day. I truly enjoy swimming. My 11 years old now is also swimming in the PASA team, 2nd year. And personally, I believe that Team Shipper done a great job maintaining the pool. It's very clean. However, all this cutting hours create a lot of difficulties for me. Usually, I try to swim when my daughter has a PASA lesson. And now with the fiesta hours closing at 4 or 5 p.m., all 3 lanes available for lap swimmer like me became crowded. Sometimes we get 3-5 people swimming in one lane, which create a lot of, difficult condition and even dangerous condition. And I'm looking forward that city will open any opportunity to create, normal schedule. I used to come during the lunchtime sometimes to swim, because swimming is critical for me. I do triathlon and I truly enjoy swimming is great release for my. And being Menlo Park unincorporated residents even paying higher price, but I still shop in Menlo Park. I go to downtown with my daughter buying pizza, Baron Cafe, and I'm paying taxes here. So I want cities to step in and help. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Nina Wolk, followed by Michelle.
Hi, Nina Woke, Bellhaven resident since 1986. I do not like the hybrid model. If operations are going to be spun off only at the Bellhaven pool, that's just another way Bellhaven's gonna end up with second best, second class, bottom of the barrel. You guys don't count up. Go back to the drawing board on that one, guys. We are tired of getting the short end of the stick over here. I really like Pam's idea of having a Bellhaven pool working group for members of the Bellhaven community. We really do have a lot of different needs and issues than the rest of Menlo Park. I like Shang-Chi's idea of scraping out other hours so it can be open later at night for working people, which is something that has come up repeatedly at many meetings where it has been discussed in the Bellhaven community. And being a retired accountant, I would really feel more confident about all this talk about how it's losing money if there were real financial statements showing the revenue and not just a lump of expenses, but particular expenses for each pool that the council and the community could actually look at. I don't like to just get one figure and be asked to take it on faith. That is not my professional training. That's about it.
Our next speaker will be Michelle, followed by JB.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Ferbershaw, and I've been a Willows resident since 1988. And I've been a lap swimmer for my entire adult life, typically using Burgess Pool. Last November, I decided to try an aquafit class that was offered at Belhaven, and I was really surprised at what a beautiful facility that was, or it is. And I've now made it my go-to pool for lap swimming. I have observed, though, that most, if not all, lap swimmers are probably like myself, where they're experienced swimmers and they're committed. And I don't think there are very many hyper-local swimmers. So on that vein, I think that it's really important for the council to help develop programs that will build up the swim community in Belhaven. I think it can only sustain itself once it is a swimming community. And to get to that point, I think they need to stick with Menlo Sport and Swim, who's proven to be successful and experienced. And my fear is that if you try a hybrid or other means, you might lose a valuable asset, and that people, if hours are reduced, people are going to go to other pools like Rinconada and Palo Alto. And if you raise the rates too much, people are also going to go over to other pools. So I urge you to work with the community and Menlo Sport and Swim to make it all work. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is JB, followed by Jackie Sebrian.
Hi, City Council. Yeah, hi.
Yeah,
My name
we
is
can-
John Burlett. Just wanted to add my comment as a community member and father of a swimmer using the Burgess facility. Just wanted to make clear that what faces Burgess, and in particular Belhaven, is a structural problem. The numbers presented tonight show that there were, on average in the summer months, which are peak usage, 1/4 of the swimmers that are swimming at Burgess are going to Belhaven. This is a structural problem. And as others have mentioned, both in the environmental impact statements made earlier, another person represented that said that this is a short shrift given to Belhaven. The city council, I ask, please look at the operating hours that are currently offered at Belhaven. They're 9 to 5. Working families can't swim 9 to 5. They need to have access during the evening. And I would appreciate and hope that the city council can explore not just different operating hours, but offering facilities and services that working families need. They need daycare. They need an ability to have access to a facility when temperatures in a climate change environment getting to be what it is. It needs to be a cooling center. These are options that the city can explore and utilize and have matching funds from the state, from the city, from the county. And it's the only way forward I see right now to address that structural cost difference. Menlo Swim, I ask, please keep them. They are a stellar operator. They've done nothing but great work in my experience at Burgess. And I would just, again, appreciate that if you can keep that relationship healthy and continue to explore these other options if you have not already in these exploratory committees.
Our next speaker is Jackie Sebrian, followed by a phone caller from a number ending in 8245.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, good. Sorry, I'm actually at the grocery store because this is the beauty of the meetings on Zoom. So I would like to echo a couple of speakers tonight. I also decided to take up swimming in the middle of July this year because as I'm getting closer to 60, I wanted something I could do like well into my old age. I wasn't really sure how I would take to it, but the pool facility is so beautiful. There's almost always a lane available. I'm a long-term resident of Belhaven, and so I'm obviously using the Belhaven pool. I echo the support for the city doing what it can to invest in the Belhaven pool. I think it is I've been so amazed at how friendly everybody is. Like every time I go swimming, somebody stops to talk to me, and it's such a lovely way to end the day. I also think that you have to do some later after work hours because I kind of miss being able to swim in the morning, but now that it's not summer vacation, 9 a.m. just doesn't work for me. So yes, please to the Belhaven pool staying open. It's been an amazing kind of transformation in my exercise life. So please, city, they're building something here and it's going to take some time, but thanks for your efforts.
Our next speaker is calling in from a number ending in 8245. And then we have a call-in user.
Hi there, my name is Arlene Navarro. I am a Menlo Park resident in the Belhaven community, and I just urge the city to please, whatever is decided, to please keep in mind and at heart the programs that are enriching the community, any programs that are helping our seniors and specifically our youth. For those of you that don't know, Belhaven actually has a youth swim team. It's called Belhaven Race Swami. It's been there since November. My daughter, a 13-year-old, she's on the team. She has been given the opportunity to be on a swim team. This team, the focus is to provide that opportunity specifically for kids in East Palo Alto and Menlo Park at a very affordable cost. Swimming is very expensive, and otherwise, if it weren't for Race Swami, we would not be able to afford her to be on a team. So whatever is decided, if you can please keep those programs in mind. I was disappointed at the last city council meeting when the council approved to increase the lane fees for contractors. Specifically, I'm assuming it would affect Belhaven Race Swami. They're doing so much for the kids, in addition to providing the training for the swimming and meets and even gear. They even offer support with academics and life skills if needed. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a call-in user. If you could state your name for your comment.
My name is Galaxy, and I am a resident of Menlo Park. I value swimming, value Menlo Swim and Sports leadership as pool operator, and value the city working towards an equitable and sustainable business model for both city pools. Although the city has wanted the pool operator to keep both pools open an equal minimum of number of hours, and has expected that user fees and rental fees at both pools would immediately provide sufficient income for that, there are unfortunately many factors that are not equal in the equation and that have led to pool use and user fees being less than a sustainable level at one pool. And I don't believe it's equitable to provide the pool operator with so many non-equal factors, including one pool being closer to the majority of residents, and expect the pool operator to automatically be able to keep both pools open an equal number of hours in a financially sustainable way. That said, I believe this meeting tonight represents an excellent opportunity to discuss new agreements that could be more financially sustainable. I believe there are imaginative and creative ways to do that, and I highly encourage your collaboration tonight. Menlo Swim and Sport has an excellent safety track record, and their lifeguards have saved users in our community from drowning. Now that Menlo Swim and Sport is expressing concerns about potentially drowning in debt due to the current unsustainable agreements, I respectfully request that as a city, we provide support and work out new and more sustainable agreements that can be life-enhancing for everyone involved. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, Clerk Heron. Bringing it back to the dais, I'll bring it to my colleagues for how you want to take this up. I actually always have an idea of how I want to structure these discussions. We never end up following that structure, but with this one, I didn't quite know, because one, obviously this isn't our first time taking up this item, and two, this is a study session that's aimed at giving direction, so there's no action. And so I do want to provide the flexibility for people to approach it in the way that they seem best, but I also don't want to be here past midnight. So so under those two parameters, I'll leave it to anyone who wants to sort of volunteer to kick off the discussion. Yeah, Councilmember Wise.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mayor Combs. I guess, so to the operator's point, there's sort of two options here tonight. So we have the long-term option of moving to the hybrid model, and then the short-term options to getting the operator to a more, or I guess the pools to a more financially stable place. So I guess I'll just start with the long-term option and say that I am supportive of moving to the hybrid option. And then in terms of the short-term options, I don't have super strong feelings. I'd be interested to hear from my fellow council members as to if they have strong feelings. I do just want to echo some of the public comments we heard tonight that were concerned about the equity of the pool. I completely understand the concerns about moving to the hybrid model, that this may be seen as separate and less than. I would love to hear from staff perhaps at the next city council meeting if having a Belhaven specific working group is an option or something that we can do, just because I think it would just be so great to hear from the community what they would like. In terms of the short-term options, if we are going to be changing or reducing the hours at Belhaven, I guess I'll just start with changing them. Would it be possible to do so, as one public comment said, closing it during the day and keeping it open later at night for working families? I don't know if that's an option, but if that is an option, that would be great to hear about. And then again, interested to see what my fellow council members think.
Thank you. I guess I have a couple questions first. And that is, if the city, if staff could outline what is the city's current responsibility for the pools? And then I'm also curious as to how much the city actually spends every year on this.
Thank you for the question. It's been reported on some previous reports. We'd have to call those up to get like the specific numbers. But under the current agreement, the city's primary obligation is to maintain the pool facilities themselves. If my memory serves correctly, without calling up the numbers from the budget for both pools, I believe the current fiscal year 2026 budget includes something on the order of $1.1 million for the maintenance of both pool facilities.
And as part, as part of maintaining the pools, my understanding is that that includes all utility bills, that the city pays utilities, pays maintenance of the equipment, maintains the bathrooms, which I've heard before and at this meeting there's an issue, so please can we look into that? And so I guess when I'm thinking about the various options, one thing that I'd like to point out is there is a basic financial issue with the pools, and that is the Bellhaven pool has 6 lanes of 25 yards plus 4 lanes of 20 yards. The Burgess pool has 17 lanes of 25 yards. One pool has 6 lanes of 25 yards. The other pool has 11 lanes of 25 yards. If we were to just take the Burgess pool as it exists and move it down to 6 lanes, that would make a dramatic difference to the financial viability of that pool. What we are expecting to happen with the Bellhaven pool, if we are expecting it to fully support itself, that is a big lift given the size of the pool, just the capacity of the pool. So when I'm thinking, I find the hybrid model interesting, but I don't, I'd like to hear how we would do that with separating the 2 pools, where one pool has much more financial capacity, much more capacity than the other, so that I have always seen from when we first talked about building a Bellhaven pool, that there, because of the capacity difference, there would be some need to bundle the 2 pools as one city and look at them together. So the fact that we would be separating one out, I'd like to hear how that would work financially.
I think that's not a question for me, but I think though certainly the capacity of Bellhaven is less than Burgess, but then are the staffing less also at Bellhaven? Doesn't it have an overall lower?
Thank you for mentioning that. No, it has the same, well, actually, I should let the staff or the operator.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. I think I will turn it over to Mr. Sheeper for a little bit more detail around capacity. I think another factor to consider is usage, the actual, how much of the capacity is actually being filled, to the staffing and the financial viability. I think I would turn to Mr. Sheeper for more detail.
To address the staffing, the basic staff to open Burgess Pool and the basic staff to open Bellhaven Pool in the morning are virtually the same. So there's a lifeguard per pool, there's a lifeguard in rotation, there's a manager to manage those 3 lifeguards, and then there's a front desk staff, a customer service staff. Whether there are 10 people in the pool or 50, 60 people in the pool, that's our opening model for pool safety.
So the basic staffing is the same. And I think to your question, the financial viability, wouldn't that depend of Burgess? Would in theory depend on the city's ability. I mean, because the whole hybrid model is that ultimately the city is programming it. And so I think the question would be how successful the city was at programming it. In theory, it would need to be more successful than the operator has been at getting more swimmers in. But wouldn't that be the the main factor is just like how successful the operations are at getting people to use the pools.
I don't actually believe so because given the reduced lanes, there's only so many lanes that you can do anything with. So if you have 6 lanes, that's very different than if you have 17 lanes. And then there are the 4 lanes of the 20-yard pool, which is a warm pool, which is which is great. It's wonderful for aquafit. It's wonderful for some of the swimming, but it's not as accessible for all of the operations. Actually, it's better for some operation, for some programming, and it's not as good for other programming. And I think there are definitely limitations there, which will, and my concern, bottom line, is that we need to balance how if Menlo Park takes over, the city takes over the smaller pool, which then has less ability to make the financial, to basically balance the expenditures and the revenues, and then leaves the bigger pool for Menlo Swim and Sport, then there is an inherent imbalance that I see. And so it's how would we deal with that?
I think though, like I appreciate the distinction that overall the capacity at Burgess is more than Belhaven, but Belhaven is not at capacity, right? And so I think the question is that a Belhaven at capacity, like what does that financial model look like? And that's why I say then it goes to the issue of who's ever operating it, their ability to get people in the pools. I think the operator, not to put words in his mouth, and I think some of the public commenters at least have said there are systematic challenges that don't allow Belhaven to be used at capacity. But again, we don't, like, in theory, it being used at capacity, it could be. Maybe the city is able to overcome those systematic challenges. I have my doubts as an operator. But in theory, if it could, like, right, then it could become more financially viable. And then I do want to open it up to Councilmember Schmidt, but I would say to your point about, like, I get it, like, if there is these two things, is it this possibility that the city is taking on the more challenging thing in effort and leaving the more profitable, possibly, option or enterprise for the operator. And I think if you look at it like in those terms, I can see that seems problematic. But I think you also have to look at it under the framing, as I've understand it, is that overall the community at Burgess have said that they are happy with the operator, the vast majority of that. And so I would have a problem removing the operator from that community that has said that it is happy, even if it seems as though that there is this imbalance in what is the opportunity of the two pools. Where it is my understanding, and again, I don't know that I'm able to validate this, though, but what I've heard is this idea that the Belhaven community, that pool's community, are the ones that have been, in theory, unhappy with the operator. Again, I don't know that I can validate that for myself. And the users of the Belhaven pool that I have spoken to have overall seemed to have been happy with the operations there. But if I accept the premise as it has been presented to me, that's why I think I would be willing to say that for Burgess, I'd be very cautious and resistant to making changes there because that community is unhappy or is happy. Whereas Belhaven, I might be more open to it because what I have heard, again, not validated for myself, is that pool community is possibly not happy with the pool operations. Yes, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that. First of all, I am not suggesting that we remove the operator at Burgess. I'm suggesting perhaps we discuss we negotiate something so that all of the so that there's some financial benefit that goes from Burgess to Bellhaven or something somehow, so that the city it seems that it is not a wise, I do not believe it is a wise move for the city to take on all of the financial risks at Bellhaven and leave all of the financial risks and rewards at Burgess. There definitely, something that we need to think about in all of this, or that I think about in all of this, is that there is definitely, as reported by the operator, the pools are, the usage is down. The usage is down. The camps, I know, or I believe were $60,000, did not make $60,000 that was expected. The visits are down. Anyway, just basically is it the economic environment? Is it, who knows? But for whatever reason,
uncertainty
is it? I agree with that. Is it
this ongoing discussion with council has presented?
Right. I
think that's possible.
definitely think that that's there. I agree. So anyway, it just heightens the risks for the city taking on Bellhaven without any, and taking full responsibility for all of the financial risks at Bellhaven. And it also gives a lot of opportunity to actually provide what the community is looking for, is determine what is the community, what are the community needs, desires, and truly try to address that and fulfill that.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you. With respect to some of the financial discussion that's taking place, it might be helpful to look to the CFO of Menlo Sport, Carol Hayworth. She might be able to shed a little bit more insight into some of this part of the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to hop in because the Burgess Pool through 8/31/2025 is also running at a loss. The loss is $67,000 of the total loss that was presented in the package. So it's not running at a profit right now anyways. This time last year, we had a profit at Burgess of $135,000. So the downturn has significantly affected the Burgess facility as well. So the idea that there's going to be big profits in the next 2 years is highly unlikely. Our goal is to get to a break even by the end of next year at this point in time.
Will any of these models actually get you to that break even?
Yes, my hope is that if we were to do one of the Bellhaven options, which would be either allowing us to reduce hours or use subsidizing the hours, as well as some of the revenue share waves that we've asked for. That should be able to get us to a point where we can break even by the end of next year. 2026 has a very small impact on 2025 because we're almost at the end of 2025. The hybrid model was presented as a long-term option, addressing some of the concerns that the mayor has stated, which is it appears that maybe the community would like a different approach. It would allow you to bring the pool into the fold of the community center and have one person or people operating it as the city would like. So that was something we proposed to hopefully give you that flexibility. But I mean, we can run off of the other two Bellhaven models as well without the hybrid model. That was a proposal for moving forward. Also gives you a chance to get your feet wet on how to operate the pool in a smaller environment so that when 2028 does come up, you then have the knowledge to decide whether or not you want to move forward with the whole package.
So, and I'll go to, just so I'm understanding, again, because one of the issues that has come up obviously is the recent reduction of hours at Burgess. And so do any of the options as it relates to Bellhaven, moving some of the costs associated with that impact, or then grant the ability to increase hours at Burgess? Or is it only the item directly related to providing you more money to increase the hours at Burgess that will increase the hours at Burgess?
Yeah, not at this time because of the loss position that we're in. Those Bellhaven hour reduction will help us to save money on the Bellhaven side, and also hopefully help to subsidize some of the losses that we've incurred this year.
Okay, so the reduction in hours at Burgess are directly related to losses at Burgess. And
they're related to both.
Okay.
We have one thing that we can do in our contract in order to save money other than cutting our staff, which we have actually carved back our staff quite a bit. The option was to reduce from 93 hours a week to 63 hours a week. That was the only option we really had.
So if I could just pause, because I just want to make sure I'm framing it and getting the answer I need. If you were just running Burgess Pool and you then were experiencing the $60,000 deficit, would you still have reduced hours, or would you have sort of eaten that deficit as just a reflection of a down year and kept hours the same? So what was the variable that caused you to reduce hours at Burgess? Was it the loss of revenue at Burgess?
It's the cumulative loss of both locations together.
So if you were just running Burgess and you just lost $60,000, the hours would still be the same.
I
know that's
maybe. I don't know for sure, because the perspective to the end of the year would still put us in a very large loss position. So we may have carved back hours anyways.
Okay.
But we're not in a good position at both facilities.
Yeah. I will just sort of, since I know Councilmember Wise expressed her thoughts on the hybrid model, and the Vice Mayor did. I think my general hesitation with the hybrid model is that it is very expensive. And I don't know that the outcome is something that's better for the community. So I have to assume based on that model that the city is able to run the pool, again, minus the basic services of lifeguards, in a way better than the operator. And I just don't know that that's a bet that I would be willing to make.
Yeah, I think it depends on what your objective is for the facility, right? If your objective is to make a profit, that's going to be very challenging. If your objective is to break even, probably pretty challenging. But herein lies our problem, right?
If it were just that, again, this is the government. I'm not necessarily interested in making a profit. But even if it was just that, I thought that I could provide the same spectrum of services, right, at the same level, right, I could take the loss. It's just that I don't know that we can do that, right? And I think even getting to a point where we could do that this is not saying, oh, could we do that in year 1 or year 2? I'm not even saying that. I know we can't do that in year 1 or year 2. I think the question is, can we do that at year 3? And that I have concerns about. And so that's what, but I do appreciate that, as someone who's been in all of these meetings with you, that this is a response of what you've understood that the council has wanted to see. And so I appreciate that you are being responsive to where you think the sentiment is from the council. But I think that's what gives me pause about the hybrid model.
I agree, it's going to be very challenging, but we can operate off the other two Bellhaven options as well. It was, again, a response to what we've been asked to do. And it's clear that we can't move forward as it currently sits, so.
Yeah. And so, again, because like I would have to, like, to go with a hybrid versus just a model where the city was willing to provide additional subsidies, like, right, I'd have to like accept that I do think that the city can run it better, like, right, than you. Because if I think that you can run it better than the city, or that like that you can run it no worse than the city, then the best financial bet for me is to let you run it, because that's cheaper, all right? It's only if I have to conclude that the city is going to provide a measurably better service, because it is a measurably more expensive option.
That's correct.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to go forth, because I think it frames the conversation, I think, differently than I was thinking about it. Maybe I'll play off the last comment, because this question of can we take the loss as a city and can we do it better? It's a fundamental question, but one thing I want to reframe this is the operator definitely can't take the loss. I think they will clearly back away, and then we'll be in the worst case scenario of we're operating both pools. So I want to start there. I think it's a fair question to say we need to ask that question of can we take the loss, but we know they can't take the loss. And we know that this idea of a hybrid model, I think there's general support with some detail. So as far as guidance goes, I also am supportive of the hybrid model, but I want to see the details fleshed out. I'll go back to Ms. Jones' comments around it looks promising. Having a deeper voice from Belhaven residents in the programming, I think, is very healthy. And the other thing that reframes it for me is I don't think using one pool to subsidize the other, as I've thought about it more, makes as much sense as potentially integrating this into the Belhaven Community Center. And it's a stranger way to think about it, but that's one facility. You can leverage staff, you can leverage hours, you can watch it much closer. And then we're just essentially contracting to Team Sheeper for their expertise in primarily safety. So for me, I'm excited about the hybrid model once we see the details and the financials, because I think it integrates the Belhaven Community Center more. I think it still creates the challenges of the burdens on us to figure out how to operate the programming, not the safety, not the other things. And I'd rather do that very localized in that community with a lot stronger community voice, and then figuring out what that's going to cost us. Because I think ultimately all these things are going to cost us something. The free model doesn't feel like an easy way to kind of get there. But I think the benefit of it's pretty useful. So I'm kind of there. I do feel like we need to give a concrete answer on one of the three options as well, because my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is the hybrid model is great, but that's going to take a number of months. That doesn't give you really what you need. It just gives us direction, but we need to kind of pick one of those three so that in the short term, you can continue to operate. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So I do think,
Yeah, it's actually one of the two Belhaven, the short-term Belhaven choices need to be made in order for us to be able to continue forward, because those are the ones that give us immediate financial relief.
And one of those is the off-season hours, the short-term D, which has no cost to the city.
Correct.
Except for giving back the revenue share. And then the second one is is that short-term B?
Yes.
The lettering's different in the pack that we
Yeah.
have versus what
know,
the
they
deck is.
changed it.
And that'll
Yes.
cost us 240 or so. My only concern with short-term option B is it creates equity in the hours, but feels like it's essentially an empty pool. So we're paying 240 for during off hours, which could be an empty pool. So I think we have to choose one of the two short terms.
Yes, that's right.
I just want to make sure. So from the short term, the two options are one in as presented in the deck, like the off-season hours at Bellhaven Pool.
Yes.
Or which is it B, Bellhaven Pool cost share? It is B, like, right, or B, right?
My letters don't match yours, but it's the off-season hours or the city cost share.
Perhaps, if I may, through the mayor, thank you, Madam City Clerk, should put the options on the screen.
Okay, so but then that's only, so around Bellhaven, you're seeing for, we either reduce hours or pay you an extra 200,000 plus.
Correct.
And that, like, if that doesn't happen, like if the council says, no, we're not gonna let you reduce hours, and no, we're not gonna, write you a check for 300,000 plus, what do you do?
We can't move forward.
What does move forward? I don't know what that means.
We have a 120-day termination period in our contract, so.
So the plan is that, like, if the council didn't choose one of these options,
Well, you could
your
choose another,
response-
if you can come up with another option that would help us financially, then we would go with that, but.
Again, because I just want to make sure we're having the right
Correct.
discussion and all that. So
We've
if-
lost $200,000, we lost $60,000 last year, we don't have any more to lose.
So if the council said option status quo, and that's what that's what you got from the end of this agenda item, what is your response?
We can't move forward.
Which means that your in theory, your plan would be to
We can't move-
terminate the contract.
Yeah, we cannot continue. Correct.
Right. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Just wanted to get a few comments in as far as direction, and I'm going back to some of the public comment. And I know that the CFO for Tim Sheeper brought up a few of the questions. Just wanted to check in about one, I think the council has already received this. I don't have it in front of me, and that's just a report of all the nonprofits that offer programming. That's one piece. And then the other is there was a request around the finances to be able to see all the finances side by side. Just going back to my notes. And that is income and expenditures. So that's my financial comments and questions. The other is just giving a little bit of history about the Bellhaven Community Campus and also the Aquatics Working Group. It was the intention by the subcommittee, this was, correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Mayor Nash, I want to say 4 years ago, to have a Bellhaven residents working group to be able to provide feedback on all of the programming at the new community campus. That was the intention of it. The current aquatics group, that is not what's happening. So I'm definitely supportive of the residents that have asked for a Bellhaven working group. I think that is essential, especially if we're going to make decisions or give direction on decisions that's going to impact the residents that live near the pool specifically. My other comments are regarding the signages. to make sure that we have better signage with the pool hours on there. We've had residents ask for working hours for them, which means having less hours in the day, more in the evening. And then also thinking about if you all support the hybrid model, which I am not convinced on it, looking at programming designed by the staffing at the Belhaven Community Campus, the residents that are participating in the working group that live in the neighborhood, and then also some of our nonprofit providers. I did ask for this study session that some of the nonprofit providers were a part of this discussion because we are not hearing from them. So those are the pieces that I am looking for.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. What I want to do, because I think we could go on, is I specifically want to understand, as far as giving direction, is there some consensus or majority support for an exploration of the hybrid option? And so there is that. And then there is this question of between a reduction in our hours or additional payments to support the Belhaven pool, is there a majority support for either one of those options? And so that's I'll give a pass for people who just want to, if there are additional thoughts, comments, or questions, but then I will sort of bring us to me being able to understand and provide staff with some direction of where there is a majority support on those specific items. Because I've had a scenario where the operator has said that if you don't choose one of these options, then I am likely to start a process to terminate the contract. And so I want to make sure that then I've teed that up so that everyone, all stakeholders, everyone in the community knows that the question as it was presented by the operator, which they thought was critically related to their ongoing viability, was put to the council, and a decision was made about that. Yeah, of course.
So I guess along those lines, my first question is to staff. Given that the operator has, according to the history that you gave, actually put in, tried to terminate the contract since 2022, what options have you looked at to make sure that the aquatics program is going to continue, not program, but the pools are going to be open? What have you done, and what are our options if Menlo Swim and Sport does in fact terminate the contract with 120 days?
Thank you for the question. At this time, there hasn't been a notice of termination. Aside from a few years ago, there was a notice, but that was quickly resolved through some additional negotiations. So we did not get direction from council to proceed with alternate arrangements. However, to answer your question, the two primary options would be for the city to take steps to either operate the pools directly using city personnel, or maybe a combination of city personnel and contractors, or to seek another private operator, as what took place when the RFP was issued in 2022.
So we heard that East Palo Alto is contracting with the YMCA. Have you ever spoken to them?
When the city issued the RFP in 2022, YMCA was not among one of the respondents, although they were made aware of the opportunity.
Through the last several months, where we've had these discussions where obviously we are on the edge, and we have all known this, I believe, has there been any effort to look at other options? Has there been any effort to see what other cities are doing?
Certainly, city staff is aware of what other cities are doing and has reported that to city council on a few occasions. Should the city council direct the staff to prepare maybe more robust kind of development of some options in that regard, then staff certainly would do so. You may recall there was some sort of preliminary rough order of magnitude estimates for what it would entail for the city to operate the pool. I believe that was in a couple of staff reports. I want to say around a year and a half ago. City staff could certainly develop those further. In addition, when it comes to another like private operator, again, I think we would go back to the RFP, take some additional direction from the city council as to what's desired, and again, kind of start doing that outreach and get some direction from council how to proceed there. Typically, with an agreement of this scope, a request for proposals is put out there, but there's a few ways that it could be approached.
So we have no plan B.
There is a plan B, which would be one of those options, most likely, pending some direction from council, which to pursue.
Thank you. I guess a couple questions about the hybrid model. How do you envision handling monthly passes? Or have you thought about it? In other words, the idea would be that all the revenue for Belhaven would stay with the city. At this point, monthly pass holders enjoy using either of the pools, either of the aquatic centers, and that seems like something as one city we would appreciate doing. How would we handle that? Or is that something we could hear about in the future?
I think that it does present a challenge, but it is something that we can discuss how to work it out. But have we worked out the details of that? No, we haven't worked it out at this point in time. The number of people that transfer between the facilities is fairly small. So affects few people.
Thank you. The cost of under the hybrid for 3 personnel, if I read the report, if I remember the report correctly, is $199, whereas for Burgess for 4 personnel, it's $133. Could you please explain that?
The $199 is building in coverage for admin and overhead costs. The $133 is a pure cost number. I gave you just the cost of those people, not including any other costs on top of that. So $133, yes, that's correct. The $133 is the cost of the people plus the markup for their payroll taxes and their workers' compensation insurance.
Okay.
The $199 includes several other admin costs, including payroll, human resources that's required to manage those people. Our head of safety is not included in the $133 at all. She's a salaried person. I've included any allocations for salary in the pure base cost to make it as affordable as it could be. The $199 is different. We're providing a bigger service for that. We're providing safety training. We're providing human resources. I hire lifeguards I hire 300 people or 250 people, bring us up to 300 every summer. I have to terminate all those people. We have to manage their harassment training. It's a much bigger number.
Although if we are just doing purely the lifeguards and the manager on deck.
They still have to be hired.
No, I understand that. I'm just thinking that,
Just letting you know.
Honestly, I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not trying to
Yeah, no,
challenge the numbers. I'm just trying to understand them.
Yeah, I'm just the administrative cost of bringing all those people on, however number that there's a TB test, there's a fingerprint, there's getting a work permit. The majority of them are underage. There's training involved. There's monthly training for each lifeguard. They have 2 hours of in-service training every month. There's additional costs, which I've included in the $199. I did not include it in the $133, again, to try to make it as affordable as possible for getting these options up and running.
Thank you. And then there were 2 comments on the pool temperature, and I certainly have noticed it as well, although I tend to like the pool cool. Can you explain what is happening there for the people who raised that question?
There's currently 1 pool cover for the instructional pool and 1 pool cover for the performance pool. So pools are losing temperature overnight. and there's been a overhaul of the instructional pool heater. There's been some ongoing issues with that. And so we've been just chasing that temperature, and that's why the fluctuation is what
Thank
it
you.
is.
Given that we just approved the Lincoln Aquatics contract, when can we expect pool covers?
Thank you for the question. Staff's in the process of acquiring the new pool covers at Burgess now. The process to manufacture the covers and have them installed could take a number of weeks. We're still working with a supplier to identify a specific delivery date.
Thank you. I will just note that I know that this has been an ongoing issue for months. So,
So Mr. Reinhardt, going back to that plan B, if it is a plan B or not, like, could it be enacted and operationalized, implemented in 120 days with 120 days notice? Or would any plan B take longer than 120 days to operationalize?
It's within the realm of possibility to implement a plan B within 120 days. However, I couldn't say that with absolute certainty. There's a number of factors in play. 120 days can transpire fairly quickly. If that is what transpires and City Council directs staff to implement a plan B, then our target would be to avoid any service interruption at the pools, and that's what we would shoot for.
Okay.
if we were to do a plan B, that would presumably be to do the lifeguard, the safety portion. I am assuming that just for all of the swimmers from the various, especially from Masters and Aquafit and all, that we could still have a contract. So if we were to choose and if the Sheeper organization would be interested, it does not preclude continuing some of the programming that is ongoing. Is that correct?
I want to make sure that I'm kind of repeating back or responding what I think I heard, to provide programming to the extent that is currently being offered within 120 days. I'm not sure. I think I heard you mention just sort of basic safety provision so that folks could have access to the water without programming. That's one level. Having additional programs on top, such as swim lessons, Aquafit, and so forth, is another level. So I want to make sure I'm understanding what's asked.
So I have always seen this as an opportunity to do a hybrid model, which may be the same operator for both the safety and the programming, or it could be a different. I would see this probably the easiest transition would in fact be to see if there was an operator out there to do the safety, and that we would then be contracting for the programming. And we probably would not try to go full blast from the beginning, but we could certainly, if we were, we could certainly discuss keeping some of the beloved programs at the pool. I mean, I think
it begs the question, if we're discussing keeping some of the beloved programs, what is the problem we're solving?
Well, I think the problem is that it puts us in a very different financial situation, because we then have a discussion about what are the
I think if it's the same level of service, the financial situation will be worse. It will put us in a better financial situation to the extent to which some of the programming and options that residents have come to expect at the pool go away. Because that's exactly, then I think, yeah,
well, I am not expecting that there is some magic where everything gets less expensive, but I certainly would not, I would certainly strive to keep some of the programs that are online now, if in fact that was something that would be viable. We do rent out pool lanes to other programs. That could also be done with like
very small
masters and other-
operations that are nonprofit, like, right, that really don't have experience in like all of the infrastructure that's necessary.
Oh, no,
to-
I'm just talking about,
to run a pool.
that's not what I'm talking about.
What? But
Um,
even still, like then you have a programming that's dependent on like sort of nonprofits all over the place, like, right, and then but they don't have the economies of scale of an operator. So things like swim lessons just go away, like,
Well,
right.
I disagree.
Okay.
There are many different operators. There are many different ways one can get swim lessons. And what you do at that point is decide which of the various swim lessons do you want to include in your program.
Assuming you have a company that's willing to provide those services, like, right? Like
Which
in this
services
sort of-
are you talking
like
about?
swim lessons on this sort of ad hoc basis, like that works for them, like, right? And I'll just, I think it's worth pointing out again, this RFP, it was not that long ago that this RFP was put out, like, right? And this was by far the best proposal. Like by far, there was the
I will
Vegas
not relitigate that with you.
It was the Vegas operator. It was it was the one that got the majority vote.
Yes,
And
it did. So I'm sorry, what I'm talking about is if we, I think it is worth contemplating that if in fact it is not viable for the city to spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep Menlo Swim and Sport afloat, if we need to look at a plan B, I think one of the things that we should be looking at is getting an operator in, somehow getting lifeguards, manager, the certified pool operator, getting these very basic safety operations so that the pool is open. Once the pool is open, you can also start filling the lanes with some of the programming. At that point, you can talk to some of our tried and true programs. You can also see what else is out there. We would be rebuilding from the bottom up. I'm not saying that's desirable, but I'm saying if we are in a situation where if we are looking at Plan B, I think we should consider many different opportunities.
And I would say that only works, or it only makes sense to the extent to which Plan B ends up being less costly, or that you have a scenario where Menlo Park residents are comfortable or okay with a lower level of service as it relates to the pool. Like one of those things has to be true, like, right? And so that's my whole thinking, because if at the end of the day, like, right, you get the same level of programming, it's likely going to be more expensive. Then the question is, well, what was the value of this exercise? Or if you get less cost, but a degraded level of service, then I think you're going to have this question of like, what was the value of this exercise? What problem was being solved?
Well, I think it's a financial problem at this point. I think there's two. I think we have heard that at Bellhaven, there may be something else going on, but there is also a financial problem where both the Sheeper organization is having financial issues, and the city, I think, is also in a situation where we do not have hundreds of thousands of dollars to turn over, especially as we are already spending over $1 million. I believe in their budget, it's $1.1 to $1.5 million for the two pools. So we are sort of between a rock and a hard place. And I think we need to think creatively outside the box, see what we can do, and
I just think
come
those
up with
options
something.
will cost more money. Or there
Well,
will be less.
so I guess one of the pieces that would be interesting to see is if we actually get if we get the financial data that was requested, and that would be, with truly all the finances, and take a look at that and see. So then we can be evaluating.
Well,
what it is.
I'm going to let Councilmember Schmidt
Yeah.
Make a comment, but then I'm going to frame up the question for council in a way that like the operator has asked, because they have said if they don't get one of these particular boxes checked, that they are inclined to start a process to terminate the contract, to provide notice of termination. So I want that to be answered. And then we can go, like, depending on that, how that's answered, looking at financials or looking at books may be moot. Looking at hybrid options may be a moot issue. So we're going to answer that, and then we'll go to other issues if they are still relevant. Councilmember Schmidt.
So I want to be crystal clear. We're making a really large mistake if we try to build this from the ground up on the fly. I think we have, and we're ignoring what I think is a lot of community sentiment and affection for an operator that has done a good job. And so there is no universe in which I'm going to support starting again because we can't figure out a multi-pool model. So I want to start there. You don't even have to frame up the question for me. There's no way I'm going to vote for blowing this thing up, because I think Team Sheeper has given us an approach that has basically said, we have a longer term vision that we will build out together with you as a partner. And all these detailed questions, we will have time to figure them out with a partner who will keep the pools open. So again, there's no universe where I'm voting for getting rid of an operator that the community supports. The second thing I'd say is, if we're worried about cost, as I read it, and I would love staff's perspective, short-term D, which says off-season hours at the Belhaven pool, are reduced during the off-season. There's no base cost to the city at the moment, which addresses some of the points about having to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in short-term. We reduce the revenue share, and that gets Team Sheeper back on a path to profitability and buys us the time to form a true partnership with them. But we are making a very large mistake if we let this go south because we're trying to build it ourselves. I agree with the mayor that we can think we know better, and we can think we can engineer it, and we can cobble together something, and that just, it's absolutely the wrong approach. So I would say if short-term D keeps our costs low, it's not as equitable as it needs to be in the beginning, but at least it gives us a clear path forward where we're not blowing this thing up. Then I'm for something more like that. I'm not for trying to find new operators and cobbling together some. That is a disaster waiting to happen. So yeah, I just wanted to say that pretty clearly.
I do not like being in this position, but I will tell you that there is, we right now have a city that is paying over $1 million for a pool. We have a pool operator that, despite getting all of the maintenance free, all of the pool usage free, all of the, lots of different city the usage of the city facility, is still losing money. I do not feel that adding more city money to an operator that is in this situation is a good financial decision with what we know right now. I think we need to ask whether there is some way that we can, is there some way that you can keep the pools open and somehow make it with no cost to the, no great additional cost to the city? I don't know what one of the things we don't know from from the finances is, and I've heard that a lot of the programs are running, do not pay for them, or I believe I've heard that some of the programs do not pay for themselves. Are there ways that we can, look at different options And is there any way we can stick with Menlo Women's Sport and not be sinking hundreds of thousands of dollars of the taxpayers' money into the swimming? And I say that as a swimmer who is there, many times a week.
But
I'm trying to put on my city's fiscal hat and wondering, where do we get that? The city is not flush at this point.
Yeah, so we're gonna wrap. The operator has said he's given you two options. He says, you give me $200,000 or you let me reduce hours on Belhaven. So those are your options. So like, we're not gonna think through this in dialogue like we're in a graduate student lounge here at this moment at night. He, I believe, has looked at this very closely and analyzed it, and he says these are the two options that keeps the relationship going. So that's what we're about to work through, where the council's at on those two options. Councilmember Schmidt, I'll let you, it seems that like he favors option D, which is a reduction of hours at Belhaven. I would, be okay with either. Like I would be okay with a reduction of hours. I would also be okay with some model that balanced that with providing additional funds or support from the city. But I would be okay with, either one of those options or some hybrid of the options for going forward. And I'll let the vice mayor say again on that option set where you are. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Taylor, then Councilmember Wise, and then the vice mayor will be last.
I'm okay with going last. I'm actually in support of what the vice mayor just said. And I am having a hard time hearing that the sacrifice to make someone who's profiting off of a public facility, that we're going to sacrifice and reduce hours for the community that the facility was designed for. So let's sacrifice what I think the word you used was equity in order to make someone whole. But think about that sacrifice that you're willing to make on the backs of community members who actually helped get the facility built. And I think about the words that are on the facility. That's a commitment from the city to the community that waited to be treated with dignity and respect, and to have equal programming and services from the City of Menlo Park, and have access and inclusion on all of those, and to help guide what it looks like. But we're willing to sacrifice that and reduce operating hours for them.
But
I'm not supporting it. I'm not supporting any of it.
We don't have to reduce office hours, but we would then need to pay the $200,000. To be clear, there is an option where there is no reduction in office, no reduction in operating hours. It is pay $200,000. So I just want to be clear. I know you're not in favor of the reduction of the hours. Would you be in favor of the $200,000?
No.
Okay. Now you can.
So there has to be a hybrid. And for me, we've had community members talk about having a Belhaven resident working group where we are creating what we want. And there's already been feedback to do that. It's just, that's not what we're working on. That's not a part of this staff report. The staff report is reflective of who wants something. It's not reflective of what the community has asked for.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has said status quo. Councilmember Wise.
Thank you. So I think this is a very healthy discussion, and I think all of these things are conversations that need to be had. From my perspective, I think at the beginning, I sort of just jumped to my conclusion. It is my goal that the pools do not, to the extent possible, do not see an interruption in programming and hours and all of that. However, that's why I'm supportive of the hybrid model, because I think it's a way to move forward and to be able to continue working together. I think in terms of fiscal responsibility, I agree. So I would be, it's obviously not ideal, but I could support changing the hours at the Bellhaven pool, possibly to the hours that work better for the community. So if it's closing during the day and keeping it open later at night, if that's an option, I think that would be perhaps my number one, because it does save us money. My option two would be the $200,000. And then I think some of these larger conversations of what does this look like? How do we do this better moving forward is something that we need to have. But I think right now, this is where I'm at, because I don't want to see our pools close to the community.
Okay, so you would be supportive of a reduction of hours, because again, I know there's this whole thing about like, you know, nighttime hours or whatever, but at the end of the day, the premise here is that the hours have to be reduced.
Yeah.
In order,
Yeah.
so, okay, so.
Thank you, yeah,
okay,
for
okay,
clarifying,
so,
yeah.
okay. You said last, we're last, everyone's gone, so you have to, oh, I'm sorry, okay, yeah.
Great. You want to go last? So, yeah, I want to, although I respect what Councilwoman Taylor said, we have to choose. It's very clear if we don't choose the financial impact or the hours impact, that the operator's going to walk away. So I just want to be 100% clear that there's no third way hybrid mystical thing. And the hybrid thing is the future, right? But tonight we need to give clear guidance of choice A or choice B. I actually am more aligned with the mayor. I'm kind of okay with either. My heart tells me that I don't want the equity to be there for the hours, but it will have a financial impact. Knowing that that is not a forever financial impact, I feel okay with that, because as Council Member Wise was saying, if that's the penalty we pay in the short term, it's not a structural deficit from now until forever. It's just a short-term fee we have to pay to keep things from blowing up. But knowing we need to make a steady clip toward that hybrid model that is a healthier future model. So I'm probably leaning more toward paying that short-term fee, even though we already pay more than we are comfortable with. I would prefer to pay first and sacrifice equity second, but if the majority feels we need to flip it around and sacrifice equity first, I just need people to know that if we don't choose one of the two, they literally said they're gonna walk away, and we have blown this thing up, and shame on us. So I will choose either the 200K or the equity, depending on, the off-season, depending on where the majority of the council goes.
Okay, this may surprise you, but on August 7th, I actually met with Mr. Sheeper, Ms. Hayworth, and tried to put forward with the city manager's blessing to start this conversation, the additional open hours at Burgess Pool. This was before the pool closed, and I was trying to keep the pool open. I thought at the time we had a very good conversation, and I thought we actually got there. This was with the $133 per hour for each hour of service, and that was for 25 hours to reopen from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the idea would be, and I am still for that, with basic conditions. And that was that I actually thought, while the pool is being paid for by the city, that the city should get any swimmers that walk through the door, get the revenue to help counterbalance that. And basically that was it. That the city pay Menlo Swim and Sport to keep Burgess Pool open, providing lifeguards and supervision. I'm reading from an email I sent. From 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday for, and then it would be for community swimming only. So this would actually be an opportunity to pilot how much. I hear from people who are concerned that they do not have time to that swim, that they want the pool more open to swimmers. So this would be an opportunity to do a community swim time. I would be willing to, discuss that, but that's actually where I am, is I would like to see the pool open. I would like to see Bellhaven Pool maintain the hours. I would like to see the hours possibly adjusted to the residents' request for later hours. I know that one of the issues there is that the Bellhaven Community Campus, the center, closes earlier than 9 o'clock, so that would have to be worked out. But that is where I am, actually, is to have the city pick up from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for community swimming, and that
I'm just,
Menlo Swim and Sport continues with
but then
Bellhaven.
where do you
hours.
stand on the question of reducing? Because even before
I
we
would
get to
do, I am not in favor of reducing the Bellhaven hours. I am in favor of changing the schedule, adjusting the schedule if it is possible to further accommodate working people who are working, and if it works.
But then, so you're not in favor of reducing the hours. You would be in favor of the additional 200,000 plus payment for Bellhaven?
No, it is
Okay,
a
well then, like,
200,
how can-
it is a $200,000 payment to, actually, I don't know how you want to discuss it. It's $200,000 to keep to keep Burgess open from 10 to 3.
But you.
So it's to restore the hours.
But you are a no vote on the thing that the operator says is necessary for them to continue. You're like jumping over. So you're saying, I'm going to vote no on the decision about that you said is a do or die decision for you.
Which, can you please describe? So you're saying,
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm not quite tracking.
so you've moved to Burgess. Like, we were on Bellhaven. The operator has said that the issues they're currently facing with regards to Bellhaven need to be resolved and are a key factor on whether they continue their relationship with the city. So, and they've said that you either have to choose one option, reduction of Bellhaven hours, or an extra $200,000 plus some payment. You said no on both, but then you want to have a conversation about Burgess. But
it is
if
it
you
is
win on
option
the point,
C.
but if you
I am in favor of option C with a few modifications.
Option C is only an option after you've made a decision on Bellhaven, as I understand it.
That's not how I understand it.
Please.
That's correct.
Yeah.
What is correct?
We have to choose something that's going to financially assist us. The reopening Burgess Pool, which we would love to do because we don't like having it closed, that's part of our community service, does not help us financially. That is you reimbursing us for the cost. It's a wash. I haven't given you a cost here with any kind of markup on it.
So what if I would be willing to forego whatever I think it is until I would be willing to forego whatever fees walk through the door. I guess.
But you're not.
Let's try to make this work.
But I don't think you're even under, it's like, we have to do a decision on Bellhaven.
I guess what I'm having trouble with is every time I speak to the operator, the situation has gotten worse, which I believe, but it is constantly moving, and I do not see how we get this fixed. When I was speaking to them, and this was a month ago, Bellhaven was not it was not the either or.
I don't know.
So
what they spoke to you
I guess
about,
if
but
it is
this
either
a
or, then
public
I am a
forum.
status quo.
Okay, so then if that's, it's an either or, like, you have to make a decision on Bellhaven. And so then in your decision is that, like,
My decision is that Bellhaven should not have reduced hours.
and there should not be an extra payment of $200,000 to continue the operations at Bellhaven.
That is correct.
Okay, so then,
But I also want to throw out there that
Councilmember Schmidt, though, that you've just sort of blown it up. And so there's no need to have a Burgess conversation because you've just blown it up based on their framing of the situation.
Well, I actually am hoping that there will still be, that we don't,
But you're.
I do
you have
have-
to take them at their word, what they just said in a public meeting.
Okay,
That's what I
well,
have
then
to
I am a
take
status quo.
over
And I
here.
am
Hope.
hoping that people, because I know that it is not advantageous for them either to stop, to no longer be at Burgess. They have a wonderful community there. They have a lot of programs there, and it is something where it is, I mean, we have spoken about what they will do is start looking around for another pool. And I am
wanna-
hoping that, there needs to be, this is supposed to be a partnership in that we both work. And it seems like,
But even in a partnership, you have to listen to what your partner is saying.
but have
Or-
you
or-
realized, so the city has not changed anything in the agreement. And there has been many concessions related to the finances, where the pool rates have gone up, the pool hours have been reduced, and now we're being squeezed for this. I would like to see that, I'm hoping maybe there is something left there that we can salvage.
I mean, I have to take the operator based on how they framed up the issue in this public meeting before all stakeholders. And so that's how I'm approaching the issue. And they have said that like there needs to be a decision on Bellhaven. And if this is not resolved of one of these two options, then they see that as as the first steps and ultimately what will be a dissolution of the relationship between them and the city. And so they've said that publicly. So I think so if I'm going forward, I do think that there seems to be support of at least 3 council members for an exploration of one of the Bellhaven options, either some reduction of service or additional payment. And when I say where I'm okay with a hybrid, it's like if there is a clear value or in a reduction of hours because there are hours where no one's using the pool or there's very limited use of the pool, then I do think that that the reduction in hours makes sense. But if there are scenarios where you go and you look at that, at the hours and people are using the pool, then I'm supportive of the idea of like additional payments and to resolve this issue. So I think that's what I was thinking. I think there's sort of a general support for at least 3 votes for that. I'll let Councilmember Schmidt chime in, and then we will provide that direction. And then there seemed to be general support for exploration of a hybrid for long term. And then after Councilmember Schmidt speak, I do want to at least float the Burgess discussion very quickly. Because it seems like there is a majority support for an option that doesn't blow up the relationship. And so then we can have a discussion of whether there is a majority council support for additional payments for bringing Burgess back to the hours it was at the beginning of summer.
Just a quick question, and then I have a request to my fellow council members. So if it's the 207 plus, let's call it 35 to be on the high end for the revenue share going away. So that 242,000, that gives us time to put the hybrid model into place. So essentially the bill that comes due for us is on the high end 242K. Would we feasibly be able to get a hybrid model in place so that we're only paying that once? We're not paying it multiple years? Is that your sense?
Are you talking about money for Burgess or for?
I'm talking option C. I think what we're wrestling with, the bear in the room is, do we pay or do we reduce hours?
Well, just to be clear, if we go with the Bellhaven rescue in C, then we're $400,000 plus. So in a payout. So it's the $200,000 to stabilize Bellhaven, and then it's another $200,000, roughly speaking, to return Burgess to its beginning of summer hours, to be very clear.
Okay, yeah, so that's good information. I think I was thinking it was less than that, but is that one, can you guys verify that that's the right set of numbers?
The mayor has summarized it accurately, yes.
Great, and then that, whatever that number ends up being, let's call it 450, whatever, 450,000. That buys us a year to get the hybrid model in place. Is that the right way to think about it?
It does seem feasible to implement the hybrid model within 12 months based on our understanding of it at this conceptual phase, yes.
But to be clear, the hybrid model is only in relation to Bellhaven. So the 200,000 for Bellhaven buys you whatever time you need for your hybrid model. Like, so let's set that aside. Like, Burgess is a different thing. And that $200,000, I don't know what that buys you, which is more hours for, I don't know how long, for a year, for 6 months, or 2 years.
I'm not positive on that at this point. It depends on many factors.
Okay.
So, yes, we would like to dig ourselves out and not have to go that route, but we also recognize that 93 hours a week for a swimming pool is pretty unheard of. So, the lofty goal of having 93 hours a week might be a bit of a high goal in the current economic situation.
Yeah.
So I think the ask to the two council members who are leaning toward moving this forward is, I feel like we just have to pay the piper. I'm not feeling great about reduced hours at Bellhaven. That to me feels like, I heard what Councilmember Taylor said, and so I think although, and that's not going to break the city. I mean, it's not a great number, but this is where we are. And I think it'll cost us that, to agree with the mayor, it'll cost us that much or more if we blow this thing up. So I think but hope is not a strategy, right? So I don't think, we may know it, we may not know it, but I'm feeling like we pay to keep this moving forward and buy the time to really sort it out, because I think otherwise it evaporates.
Okay, and just to be clear, there are certainly 3 votes for finding some solution, Bellhaven, giving it to staff and the operator to come to what that balance would look like. It seems like Councilmember Schmidt, you would then also be in support of some exploration of additional hours at Burgess, which would come at some cost here. And I think you're right, like the 90+ hours is a lot, right? And so maybe it would be less than the $200,000, but there would be some amount of money that could deliver you additional hours at Burgess.
Immediately. If it was to happen, yes, immediately. If we can get things right-sized, we can start adding hours back.
Yeah.
We just have to get things right-sized. We started talking about this a year ago, right? This is why your feet are to the fire right now, because we asked for help. We've been asking for help for a long time. So now we're in a position where we can't go any further. So if we can right-size things, we would like to add back hours at Burgess, but that's the number for, Councilmember Nash had asked us, how much would it cost to do this today? And that's what we gave her.
So if it's a lower price tag, then that's great. It's more about what's the number to keep you engaged, to not blow this thing up, to buy time for whatever the hybrid model looks like. Because we're trying to solve it from up here in these 4 chairs or the 5th chair. That's not the right way to solve it. We need to buy time to have a meaningful discussion, and I think that comes with a price tag. So
okay, so I will say, and I know the Vice Mayor will say something. I would also, in addition to Bellhaven, be in support of some exploration of the additional hours at Burgess, of which I know will come with some additional costs. So I would be supportive. It seems like Councilmember Schmidt would be supportive. So that's 2. So we'd have to, and so then there is also at least a majority support for the exploration for some sort of additional hours at Burgess, not the 207. So I would be looking for something less than that, but certainly something, understanding and accepting your premise that additional hours at Burgess can only be achieved with additional payout from the city. And so I think that there's majority support for exploring that. Vice Mayor Nash. Okay, well then I think I'm gonna close this out unless the staff feel that they have that there's any gaps, anything that's missing, or that they have at least something along the lines of direction going forward.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. The discussion has been incredibly helpful for us at this juncture. I do believe that we have the direction that we need to bring back next steps for your consideration by September 30th. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I would also want to see how Tim and Carol feel about, I know it was fairly back and forth, but I know you needed concrete answers, and I think you had 3 council members who said, we're willing to figure this out with you. So how are you feeling about that?
Yes, we can move forward and work with staff.
I do want to caveat that by saying that we don't have a lot of time. So, the idea is we're coming back on the 30th with a recommendation. And hopefully at that point in time, we can come to an agreement and move forward. But yes, we're ready to move forward from here.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I'd love to hear from staff what we're moving forward with. How do you summarize what we've just decided?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation to summarize as we understand it. So I think what we had heard from the discussion was to bring back potentially some actions and a recommendation to support the Belhaven cost share model. So this would be to pay the operator to provide 30 additional hours at Belhaven Pool for 44 weeks per year at the price they mentioned, which I believe was $133 per hour. That's roughly $200,000 for the year. There was not interest in reducing hours at Belhaven. I think we're focusing on paying the operator to provide those additional hours. I did also hear a general interest in potentially increasing the hours at Burgess Pool, perhaps not to the fullest extent as mentioned in the example in the staff report, but somewhere in between. So we'll work with the operator to see like scheduling and what might make sense and bring back some possibilities there. As staff understands it, there is some interest in exploring the hybrid model, so we intend to flesh that out a bit further with the understanding that it would not be a short-term solution, but something that would take some time to implement. So as I understand it, there were some other specific details about what hours that the Belhaven Pool would be available for example, working people in the evenings, and a couple of other comments of that nature regarding community involvement, specifically to Belhaven residents and the working group or task force. But I think that kind of covers the main gist of what we heard and what we're planning to bring back on September 30th.
I would only say my addition would be that like the same approach to Burgess, where we would be looking for a balance, would be my approach to Belhaven. It would not be that like we definitely have to pay out like the 207, like or the 200, whatever that 200 plus is. That like it could be that we go with that option, but it could be that like it would be a less option, but then some reduction of hours, like right, not the complete reduction. That's one of the options. And so what I would just be asking from my perspective is that like staff and the operator work to come back with a proposal on both fronts that makes like sense based on the reality on the ground. And it could be that you come back and you say, hey, like people are using Belhaven, so yes, we say that like keep hours the same and there is a 200 plus payout, and hey, maybe bring back Burgess full for the full amount of hours and there's a 200 plus payout. That could be an option. But on both of those fronts, I could also see options where it's like, again, you do reduce some of the hours at Belhaven, but there is something of a payout, and you increase hours at Burgess, but less than what's outlined here, and so there is a payout less than $200,000. I don't know if that's clear, but that's how I was seeing it.
I would also like a response, if possible, not now, to the financial question that's been asked by several people. I think that would be very beneficial to see that as we move forward and are spending possibly up to $400,000 of the city's money to when we have an operator that is, by their own admission, already losing 60, losing money. Anyway, we need to know what the finances are. There is a challenging economic situation here, a challenging situation, and so I don't know that it is the city's responsibility to fill in all the gaps. I think it's something we need to look at the picture and see what is going on. Although I may not have support from my colleagues, my request would be to get some more detailed information. I don't know if it's public or just to how it is provided, but that would be helpful. I would also like to see some minor exploration as to, for example, what East Palo Alto did with the YMCA. What are their costs? Just get some, we have no relative measure by which to look at, what this is and are there any other options out there, especially as we are, as we contemplate, if we contemplate a Belhaven hybrid model.
Yeah, I would just add again, I see an option where this city is more involved in the operation of the pool as being one that ultimately will be more costly. And if that's what residents want, if that's what the majority of council wants, then that is totally fine. But I don't see, and I don't know that the services provided will be better. Like I will point out, we don't know. We do know that like the city runs the childcare facility and we lose $1 million a year on that. We do know that. So I'm trying not to lose like $2 million a year on the pool. And that's how I'm thinking of it. But I know I'll let you have the last word, Vice Mayor. No, you should. Okay, well, we're going to close out this.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our final study session of the evening. Review and provide feedback on draft anti-displacement plan strategies. Here to introduce the item is Ariana Milton, Management Analyst 1. And I think, Ms. Milton, this is your first presentation to council at 10:40 after a very contentious discussion. So yay for you.
Got the clicker? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Combs, City Council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Ariana Milton, and I am a management analyst with the Housing Division. And tonight, I'm going to be giving an overview on agenda item J2, which is the anti-displacement draft plan. So tonight, staff recommends that City Council review and provide feedback on the draft anti-displacement plan strategies. And as a reminder, tonight's presentation is for a study session and no formal action should be taken. So it's first important to understand what displacement is and how it occurs. Displacement occurs when people are forced to relocate from their homes or neighborhoods due to factors that are often outside of their own control. Displacement can manifest in a number of ways: physical displacement through eviction, economic displacement through rising housing costs, and cultural displacement through gentrification. So the need for an anti-displacement plan came in through the city's housing element and environmental justice element. And both programs in both programs, addressing displacement was identified by community members as one of the highest priorities. Program H2E of the housing element also requires that the anti-displacement plan include a specific focus on the Belhaven neighborhood. And as part of element outreach, 17 strategies from the housing element and environmental justice element were suggested by the community. And then in the end, 20 strategies were actually reviewed in total. So the city has currently has several different anti-displacement efforts in place. One of them can be found in AB 1482, which is also known as the Tenant Protection Act. That is a state mandate that provides protections for just cause evictions and rental stabilization. And these protections can be applied for tenants who have resided in their unit for more than 1 year. And just a note that this mandate excludes single-family homes from being covered under its protections, and it's actually set to expire in 2030. Next, the city has a 12-month lease ordinance that requires all residential tenants to be offered a 12-month lease. And this ordinance ensures that tenants can be protected under AB 1482. The city has also been active in its affordable housing production through its inclusionary zoning and NOFA process. For those who might not be familiar with inclusionary zoning, that requires that developments over a certain size designate a percentage of their units to be BMR units. In addition, the city also has a housing program through Samaritan House and a housing preservation program in place through Habitat for Humanity and Rebuilding Together. And these programs aim to make critical repairs for low-income homes in Belhaven. And the city actually received a grant from MTC, which is also known as the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and the amount of $250,000 to develop a rental assistance and legal assistance program. The grant also requires a funding commitment from the city and establishes a required date for implementation next year. So current progress in developing the plan began last year with the initial research of the strategies. In November, there were 2 community meetings, both held at the Belhaven Community Campus, one in English and one in Spanish, to prioritize the strategies. In addition, a webpage was launched by staff to keep community members updated on the city's progress. A citywide survey was also initiated so that people who weren't able to attend the meetings could also participate and prioritize the strategies. Interviews were also done with experts and community stakeholders as well. So understanding that not all strategies can be implemented, staff needed to deliberately reduce the number of strategies and filter them into like a manageable plan. And so one way that was done was by organizing them through the 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are a framework used to combat displacement and encourage cities to produce affordable housing, to preserve existing affordable housing, protect tenants, and promote prosperity through financial empowerment. All 23 strategies are categorized by their applicable pillar and are included along with their description, advantages, disadvantages in attachment B of tonight's staff report. So this leads to staff's recommendations and considerations. The recommendations and considerations here came from a 3-prong approach that included, of course, community feedback, the interviews with housing practitioners and stakeholders, and also research into best practices for anti-displacement. The recommendations were also chosen to provide immediate protection from potential displacement. Staff is looking for 5 of these recommendations to be implemented in the near term or within 2 years or less. And then also there are 2 additional longer term strategies for consideration as well that could be implemented at a later time. So the first recommendation that staff has would be to implement a rental assistance program. According to a study that is in the staff report, 85% of evictions are due to either late payment or non-payment of rent. That study is attached to attachment D tonight. By providing tenants with rental assistance, it may help evictions before they even, it might help prevent evictions before they even happen, or could possibly resolve an ongoing eviction that might be in process. As a reminder, the funds for the rental assistance program and the legal assistance program will come from the MTC grant that was awarded this year. Next would be a legal assistance program, establishment of a legal assistance program. That same study also had a statistic showing that 90% of property owners had access to legal representation, while 5% of tenants did in eviction cases. So establishing this program could provide that provides maybe counseling or even representation in court. Has shown that tenants have a higher chance of success in fighting their evictions and potentially lowering the number of evictions in the city. So staff's next recommendation includes expanding the just cause eviction ordinance in a 3-part process that would involve extending AB 1482 protections through a city ordinance, and that would then extend it past its current expiration date of 2030. That also extending the just cause eviction protections to single-family dwellings. This would really positively impact Belhaven, considering that the majority of rentals there are single-family homes. Also, lastly, it would require landlords to submit eviction notices to the city directly. And also, staff would like to note that staff will need to fully evaluate whether just cause expansions would be effective in preventing displacement, given the current state of rent stabilization in single-family homes. This analysis would be part of the next step for implementing the strategy. Another recommendation would be to establish a tenant anti-harassment ordinance. The City of Menlo Park does not currently have one in place. But establishing an anti-harassment ordinance would provide protection against intimidation or abusive behavior from landlords who may be trying to force tenants to move for whatever reason. The framework for this ordinance could also be based on the MTC's current anti-harassment template, so that could help with the ease and timeline for implementation. Lastly, the staff recommends expanding the city's current preservation program. This could be implemented by revising the conditions of our existing NOFA to prioritize the rehab of multifamily units along with single-family homes. No ordinance would necessarily be required to facilitate this. So while near-term strategies are of course important, longer-term strategies are also important to consider as the city's anti-displacement efforts continue to evolve. The following strategies are considered longer-term due to that they might take additional time to fully implement. The first longer-term strategy for consideration would be to create a rental registry, which is a database of rental units in the city. Creating a rent registry could provide better understanding of market conditions and would be vital if the city wishes to implement a rent stabilization program in the future. However, it is important to note that this strategy does not provide eviction protections. And staff's last long-term considered strategy is to develop a workforce program. This program could provide a pathway to financial independence and education through like apprenticeships, internships, financial education workshops and courses, and that could have a direct impact on Belhaven as well. So this draft anti-displacement plan was reviewed by the Housing Commission on September 3rd. The commission was supportive of the draft plan's recommendations, including a focus on implementing the city's rental assistance program and a legal assistance program. They also were in support of exploring additional strategies like creating a registry, extending the current provisions for relocation assistance, and establishing an opportunity to purchase program for tenants in the community, which is also known as TOPA-COPA. So for next steps, staff expects for the draft plan to be released by mid-November of this year, with City Council adoption at the start of next year. And per the MTC grant application, both the rental assistance program and the legal assistance program will need to be implemented by next year as well. So that brings us back to staff's recommendation, which again is to review and provide feedback on the draft anti-displacement plan. We also have put the recommended strategies and considered strategies here again for you to see. And that concludes staff's presentation. We look forward to hearing your feedback, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have. We also have our consultant from HART, her name is Leslie Valencia, on the call as well to assist with answering your questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on study session item J2, review and provide feedback on the anti-displacement plan strategies. If you are in person, you can bring a speaker card here to the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, looks like we have 2 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item J2, reviewing the draft anti-displacement plan strategies. All right, with that, we will start with our in-person speaker, Pam Jones, followed by Karen Grove.
Pam Jones, resident of the Belhaven neighborhood in Menlo Park. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I'd first like to just commend the work that the staff has done on this report. It is a long time overdue. I would also like to remind you of the displacement in the Belhaven neighborhood that started at 2008 and how it has been very systematic, that it included such things like bonuses for Facebook employees to buy homes in the communities, investors that have bought apartments, particularly on Pierce Road, as well as other investors that have bought property in the community. There are unknown factors that have caused a lot of our displacement, and some of that was identified in the disinvestment, very little of it though at this level. And it's something that should be investigated at some point because it will answer and help address a lot of the questions. In addition to what they recommended, I'd also like to suggest that the rental registry includes both apartments and private homes, because we know that some of these homes, as I said, are investors, or they may be absent landlords that have multiple properties in the community. Those should be included. I'd also like to see us have a vacancy policy that states that if apartments or homes are vacant for a certain period of time, that they become open to below market, and they remain below market until the people that live in there move. A subsidy can be paid, an additional subsidy can be paid from a fund that's developed similar to what we would use for rental assistance, because that's essentially what it is. Which brings me to rental assistance has to be a longer term, simply because if you only are helping a person for a couple of months, it's not going to address the initial problem that got them into the situation they were. So there needs to be resources provided to people so that they have the ability to make healthier financial decisions and maybe get the support to get the employment that they need in order to maintain their homes. I'm talking really fast, so really got that vacancy thing. Okay, I think that is, and on the apartments that have development agreements for below market housing, that needs to be heavily monitored. We have not done that, so we have no idea what's going on with many of our apartments that are part of a development agreement, and yet they may or may not have a high turnover, they may have vacancies. That needs to be regularly reported. violations. There should be an extremely heavy fine on that, and I've been very serious about the words that I'm using. And the last thing that I have that I cannot read on my notes, I guess I'll have to put that one in writing so that you will have it before you get it together for the meeting on the 30th, because I think that's when it's coming back. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Karen Grove.
Good evening, good night. Karen Grove, resident of Menlo Park, and I am speaking on behalf of Menlo Together. And I might divert and also speak on behalf of myself, but we want to thank you for this excellent staff report, for the research, and for the recommendations. Environmental justice begins at home with a safe, stable, and sanitary place to live. And the stable part is what we're talking about here. So we're happy to see this come forward. We have a couple of friendly amendments. The Emergency Housing Assistance Program exists, and adding money to that fund sooner rather than later, even 1 month's rent of emergency assistance can prevent someone from losing their home, experiencing episodic homelessness, or getting an eviction on their record, which then makes it much harder to find their next home, and they probably have to pay more for it. So that's a really important intervention, but it is, as Pam just mentioned, not a long-term solution. So it can't be the only thing we do, but it should be quick to add funds to that program that already exists. Second, the emergency or the legal assistance program, it seems very important, and we hope that you can exceed the timeline that is set out for you in the MTC grant and get that going sooner rather than later as well. Just cause for evictions. I understand that with a 12-month lease, tenants can be protected on day one by just cause as it is written now. However, we shouldn't require our residents to draw those connections and be strategic in that way. It's very hard to get all the information out to people in the best of circumstances, and this is a tricky nuanced one. So our just cause ordinance should go into effect on day one so that it works as intended without residents having to be strategic with the 12-month lease. Additionally, we should definitely apply it to single family homes for equity. And because this is supposed to center the Belhaven community. And we also agree with the Housing Commission that we should increase the amount of relocation assistance compared to what the state law is. Our ordinance should require 4 months of relocation assistance because a tenant who's being displaced from their home needs to pay first and last month's rent and moving expenses. So 1 month's rent is not enough, and that's what's in the state law. And we also value all the longer term solutions and look forward to supporting them when they advance. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, Clerk Karen, bringing it back to the dais for direction, discussion, and was there, and appreciate the public comment. Okay, is there anything from the public comment that staff wanted to respond to or thought was important? Certainly, I'm sure that there might be some items that council highlights, but.
Good evening, Tim Wong, Housing Manager. Staff is open to researching some of these friendly amendments and evaluating them, and can bring them back for council evaluation at the later date as part of the plan, such as the 4 months of relocation assistance, or even the just cause taking effect on day one. We can research and get back to the council with those new revisions, if you will.
Questions, comments from the dais? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I will make my my comments and then I will be logging off. I have a question, and I think this came up in public comment, but is there any data to show how much displacement Menlo Park has had since 2019? I'm looking for data-driven policy, and the research that was done was great. I just need something that's a little bit more specific. It highlighted San Mateo County and then some cities in San Mateo County, but did not speak specifically to numbers in Menlo Park. That's the first. The second is thinking about our BMR policy and the need for it to be updated. We definitely need some edits. I know it's on the list to be done, but I think since we have an existing vacancy at our BMR units, that we need to really look at what's happening in our city and what is not being utilized. And the BMR program is not being utilized because the rents are too high. The third is I would like to see, and I believe this was also brought up in public comment, is that the timeline for when the staff's recommendation is going to be implemented, 6 months, 12 months, means anywhere from 5 to 30 families being displaced. So I think we need to look at how we can better serve our existing residents and also look at how to utilize the researchers that put together the reports in our staff report in order to build more data-driven policy and also the implementation of it. I think the staff report addressed a lot of my concerns and just wanted to share my input before I sign off. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for the comments, Councilmember Taylor, for the feedback. Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. I would like to have the Karen Grove's suggestions researched if that is possible. Thank you. And then I was also wondering, there was Ms. Jones talked about the rental registry, including private homes. Is that possible?
That I do not know. That would take further research also about what can or cannot be included in our
Wonderful. So it's not
rent
great.
registry.
So the things that I'm especially interested in is, well, the rental registry, although that's the lowest on my list, but Palo Alto, I'm sure you know much more than I do about it, but Palo Alto now has a rental registry. So to the extent that we could piggyback off that, or I don't know if another city ever runs, we could ever get them to run it for Menlo Park. I have no idea, but just that looks like a really, that would be really beneficial, I think. As has been said by others, I would like to see data on the BMRs and some sort of registry there where we know the current number of BMRs, what the vacancy rate is, the median time of vacancy for a BMR, the reason for the vacancy. I'm sure you can probably flesh that out much better than I can between you and the Housing Commission, but that's just generally the idea. But essentially, much more information on our BMRs and how we are doing with them. And then I was wondering if we know how much money has been spent on the number 11 on page 15, reading my notes, the foreclosure prevention mortgage and rental assistance. Or if we still, I'm sorry to interrupt. I guess the other question is if there's still money in there.
It's my understanding that the city provided approximately $210,000 to the program, amount has been fully expended as of January of this year.
And so what happens when it's expended? I believe this is through Samaritan House. So do they have other funds that are used for Menlo Park residents or? Thank you.
Yes, so we did check in with Samaritan House just about the process of when Menlo Park residents are interested in utilizing rental assistance because the program has been depleted. And they assured me that they do continuously get calls from residents and they are able to assist them through the other funding sources that they use.
And is that part of what we will be replenishing, or how will that work?
That is to be decided as part of the MTC application.
Right.
We'll be researching the rental program, what went well, what didn't go so well. And that at that point, we'll see whether we want to continue with the existing program or maybe redesign for a new program. But that is all part of the implementation process as part of the grant.
It seems whatever we can do even as an interim measure, just get something back there, replenish the funds in some way so that just to make sure that people are getting help if in fact there's other funding that is can cover it, as you just said, I guess. Anyway, just very interested in making sure that we're covering our residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. Any other comments?
I have a few. I actually want to go back to what the Vice Mayor was saying because one was called housing assistance and one was called renter's assistance. Those are essentially the same thing. The Samaritan House is our baseline, but as you just said, we may go with that or we may do something new. But they're essentially the same type program.
Yes, essentially the same. The nuance is the housing assistance program also included homeowners. The program would provide assistance to homeowners, but for the MTC program, it is strictly rental.
Got it.
Not for homeowners.
Perfect. So I think that answered my question about replenishing funds then, because we could go either way. Let me divide these into maybe the short-term focus and the long-term focus. So the one thing and a couple of questions thrown in on the housing element table that you include in the staff report, item K. One request is if we could do some of the eviction monitoring and data collection. I'd really like to see all this stuff be very data-driven. So whatever that looks like, we'll leave it up to staff, but please sort of, make that a big part of the short term at least. The other question, the other short term things so I read this as 2 ordinances and 3 programs by November timeframe. And I'm just curious, the ordinances feel like they take a long time to kind of get going and there's a lot of discussions. Is that the right time frame to think of for ordinances? Is we'll have a first draft in November and then we're ready to roll by the first of the year, or is that doable?
The hope was that understanding that the ordinances such as the just cause, we would borrow from the existing language in 1482.
Okay.
And with slight revisions to apply it to the city. In addition, with the anti-harassment, just basing things off the model ordinance. That being said, certainly we'll need to talk to the city attorney's office in terms of seeing if that timeline is actually realistic.
If it holds up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll take some coordination with them.
Got it. And then I was a little confused in the staff report. It was talking about home preservation as the 5th one. And, I understand right now that single family, it felt like it was mixing things together. So I just want to understand the kind of direction of that. And then potentially for home preservation, rehabbing multifamily. I kind of understand those two things grouped together. What I was a little confused about is tenants and ownership doesn't feel like home preservation. It feels like a separate thing. And the reason I'm asking that, I'll lead into one of the long-term kind of suggestions is I do like moving toward more home ownership and more tenants. That feels like a longer range strategy. So one of my requests is please let's bulk up the longer term strategy, make it stronger. And that tenants and ownership and home ownership feels like something we're going to need to have a lot of discussions on. So is that a fair way to look at it? Is the tenants and ownership and all that would be potentially a longer term thing, not one of the short term recommendations?
That is correct
Okay.
in that you can say even preservation can be used differently. Yes, there's a physical preservation, such as the single family rehab program and potentially expanding it to multifamily, the physical preservation of buildings, but also the tenants owning is kind of almost a long-term preservation of the community.
Yeah.
Instead of being priced out or having to move out, giving them the opportunity to stay by purchasing that potential unit. So you are correct.
Yeah, my recommendation would be, just for clarity's sake, make that maybe part of a longer term strategy around home ownership, renter ownership, whatever that looks like. That feels like it's fairly new enough that we'll have to make that a longer term strategy. That goes back to, now if I shift to the longer term comments, please, I know we said at a later time, but I would ask sooner rather than later on some of these longer term strategies, and maybe put a real timeline on it. If it's 3 years, I just wouldn't want the longer term things that could have a lot of impact to be in the indefinite future. So whatever that time frame feels realistic, that's one request. I mentioned home ownership pathways being part of the longer range. The only other last thing I'll say is I liked the idea of workforce development. Having come from this world, I worry, I think the mayor said at one point something around childcare way back when, not our core competency, right? So my request for that is, I think it's a great long-term strategy. I would ask that we maybe partner with Job Train or some expert nonprofits or community colleges, people who do that for a living, as opposed to trying to figure out that ourselves, and treat it as a service that we can provide, but not a core competency that we're going to try to develop as a city. So also in support of the amendments and researching what Karen and Pam said, I like everything both of them said, so please kind of incorporate those as well. But this looks like a great start, so thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. You.
Thank you so much for being here and for all of this amazing work. I've received great feedback on your efforts, so I'm just so excited for all of this. So most of my thoughts have already been said, which is fantastic. I just would like to add, getting back to this idea of the core competencies. I'm an attorney, so of course I was really interested in this legal assistance program. I would just be curious to see if this is something we could partner with someone. I think in my mind, establishing a legal assistance program seems very expensive. Maybe it's not. You guys know a lot more. So I would love to see us either partner or how we can sort of get that off the ground. Or maybe if that's something that we could do in conjunction with other cities that are nearby as well. But thank you so much.
Yeah. I'll echo what my colleagues have shared. Thank you for the thorough sort of walkthrough of where we're headed. I would just add, my perspective has been that certainly, providing assistance and protections are key in this space. I would also say that incentivizing sometimes versus regulating in Menlo Park, in many respects, rental housing is affordable housing, given the high cost of home purchasing here. And I do think we want to be careful about not putting too much restrictions and regulation on that market to push that capacity into like the ownership or home purchase market. And so I do think that that's something we have to be like mindful of, that sometimes it's just not, sometimes there is a response and a reaction that just isn't like, oh, I'm going to comply with this regulation, but it is like, I'm going to get out of this space. And so like, again, especially as we look to target like individual homes, again, if someone's like owns a, a triplex or, fourplex, yes, they're in the business. But if some cases if someone is like renting their home, maybe they moved out of the area or whatever, and like the more burdensome we make that process, like I would say the more likely they're just going to say, well, I'll just sell it and not rent it. And so I just think that is something that, again, as we look at this, we should be mindful of. But other than that, very, very solid work, and thank you. And so, unless there was anything else, I'd wrap up. No, please go, Vice.
One quick question. Following up on Councilmember Wise's comment about the legal assistance, are you working like with CLESPA, or how are you envisioning that?
As part of the grant, the first step will be researching a legal assistance program, what the universe is when it comes to a legal assistance program. And certainly we'll be talking to whether it be legal aid or CLESPA to see what services they provide and to get feedback or any tips, information from them as we start researching those programs. It might even require the help of a consultant to help build the legal assistance program, since that isn't really a staff expertise. Certainly we'll consult with the city attorney's office also, but those are all some of the steps that staff envisions taking in establishing a legal assistance program.
I would echo what has been said by a couple of my colleagues, that doesn't seem like it's a core competency for the city, and I would be cautious trying to having the city do something as opposed to partnering with another group that's already got it set up and really has that as their focus.
I think the comments reminded me of maybe one other question. The costing of this, the cost of this. So the $250,000 for the grant. At first, I thought that would be sort of, when it said it went toward implementation, it sounds like it's more about design and research and everything else. So if I break down what the city puts in over a 4-year period, that's $600,000 for 2 programs, divided by 4 years, that's only $75,000 a year for actual implementation of these programs. But I would assume that the price tag is going to be much larger than that over time. So will that be part of what you come back with next time? Will be, what we expect the price tag for all this to be?
In regards to the city's commitment, the $300,000 for the 4 years, I believe that's a minimum commitment that is required through the grant, but certainly can come with a more, through research, just understanding how much it costs to run or administer a legal assistance program. We can come back with any estimates that we may have, more, not realistic, but just better estimates of what that could cost. Certainly can fold that in.
Yeah, I think I was thinking both programs, the legal assistance and the renter assistance program. I would assume they're going to cost much more than $75,000 a year. I mean, maybe that's a bad assumption, but yeah, it just maybe I'll make it an ask, is whatever our first best guess would be about the volume of usage for those two programs and the potential kind of all-in cost of those two programs as well.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we, by acclamation, are all aligned with extending the meeting beyond
Thank you.
11, especially given that we're 11:21. I would only add, though, as it relates to the legal assistance, I think there's, given that this is a study session about getting feedback in some direction, I think the direction and feedback from the dais seems simply don't do a legal assistance program. Look for at someone who is doing a legal assistance program and what that partnership looks like. And so, and I would very much be aligned with that. Yes, I don't think a city of our size should have its own legal assistance program. All right. Well, with that, I will close out this item. Thank you very much for all the work and effort. Okay. We're going to move on to the regular business. We're just getting to the regular business of the meeting. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is consider and adopt resolutions to approve side letters of agreement amending the memoranda of understanding between the City of Menlo Park and Service Employees International Union Local 521. American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 829, Menlo Park Police Officers Association, and Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association to modify medical premium contributions for 2026. Here to introduce the item is Administrative Services Director Brittany Mello. Hello, Ms. Mello.
Good evening, City Council. So before you for consideration is the approval of an increase to the city's medical contribution rates for calendar year 2026 by adopting resolutions to approve side letters of agreement with the city's labor groups. Currently, each labor agreement contains inflation-based adjustments to the city's medical contribution rates in an amount between 2 to 4% each year. About 3/4 of city employees are enrolled in the Kaiser Permanente plan for medical coverage. Historically, the city's annual increases have met or exceeded the Kaiser premiums. However, these premiums have increased at higher rates in recent years and are set to increase by 5.03% in 2026. Due to this rise in premiums, staff recommend increasing the city's monthly medical contributions in 2026 to match the Kaiser premiums at each tier. Increasing the city's medical contributions would have the greatest impact on lower income wage and earners, since this is a fixed out-of-pocket monthly expense that applies per employee regardless of income level. The total estimated additional cost of the side letters is approximately $138,456 for calendar year 2026. Staff is requesting an additional appropriation of $69,228 for the remainder of fiscal year 25-26. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Mello. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item K1, resolutions approving side letters for various unions. If you are in person, you can bring me a speaker card. And if you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on regular business item K1. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, bringing it back to the dais, this is an action item. So for discussion, comments, or motions? Discussion, comments, questions, or motions?
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Wise.
Second.
Second from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And because we do have all of our council members in person, we will be doing this via VoteCast. But I do have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Wise and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to adopt resolutions to approve side letters of agreement amending the memorandum of understanding between the City of Menlo Park and the Service Employees International Union Local 521, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 829, The Menlo Park Police Officers Association and the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association to modify the city's medical premium contributions for the plan year beginning January 1, 2026, and an additional $69,228 from the general fund to the unassigned fund balance in the fiscal year 2025-26 budget. Any city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting.
My vote cast is launching, I think.
Okay.
Um,
You want to provide your verbal response, Mayor Combs?
I will vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, cool, thanks. With that, we'll move on to the final regular business item. Designate a voting delegate for the League of California Cities General Assembly meeting that's scheduled to take place on October 10th. Here to introduce the item is City Clerk Judy Heron.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So yes, the item before the City Council is to designate a voting delegate for the meeting of October 10th for the League of California Cities. They do require that the City Council, by action at a City Council meeting, delegate one voter who would be participating at that October 10 meeting. We do need to submit that delegate to the League on or before September 24th. So this meeting coincides with their schedule. So I would need to know which city council member we would like to delegate as the voter. And I do believe that Vice Mayor Nash has confirmed attendance to this event.
Is she the only one who has confirmed attendance?
Yes.
I wasn't planning. Okay. So I think we're not selecting you because you're the only option, but we're selecting you because you are the best option. So do we call for public comment on this item?
No, but thank you. We should.
Okay.
All right. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on item K2, delegating a voter for the League of Cities meeting on October 10th. If you are in person, you can return a speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on regular business item K2. No hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, I'd move that we designate Vice Mayor Nash as a voting delegate for the League of California Cities General Assembly meeting on October 10th.
Is there any chance anyone wants to be a backup? I can't imagine not going, but just in case. Yes.
Yeah, their schedule's a little uncertain. I mean, that's the only reason. Jokingly, like, I don't know.
And I have every intention of being there.
Yeah, okay. So I moved, and I think Councilmember Wise seconded.
Perfect.
That should we designate? I'm happy to amend that motion to also add Councilmember Wise as a backup if needed.
And Wise as an alternate.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion by Mayor Combs, second by City Councilmember Wise to select Vice Mayor as the voting delegate and City Councilmember Vice Mayor Nash as the delegate and City Councilmember Wise as the alternate as the city's voting delegate for the League of California Cities General Assembly meeting. Okay, Combs, Wise, record. All right. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. With that, we'll move on to City Manager report. Providing the City Manager report for tonight's meeting is Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte.
Nothing for tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thanks. Are there any council member reports since the August 26th City Council meeting? Vice Mayor Nash.
So I'll give a shout out to staff for the Menlo Park Safer Bay project. pop-up at the farmer's market. I attended it and it was very well done. And I'm looking forward to seeing more across the city. Thanks.
Well, any other council member reports? All right, with that, I will adjourn the meeting.